Reverend Insanity Blood Venerable Ascension by Creed Follower Chapter 41-60. Regret. In this world, only one person managed to reach the end without any. Chen Wei sighs melancholically as he inspects his aperture to see a GU that takes the form of a fetus in the early weeks of gestation, which would be unknown to anyone in the world except him because this is the rank 2 blood soul baby GU, one of his greatest secrets. And who am I compared to him? This small GU, now in his eyes, is his greatest source of regret overflowing his heart, but there's nothing he can do now because even though there are methods to go back in time in this world, he doesn't believe these methods fell into his hands. It's all right, I'm here. While murmuring these words softly, he feels a loving hand stroking his hair gently, and even without opening his eyes, he knows it's Wang Mei, as he's currently resting his head in her lap. Thank you, Mayor. He remains lying with his head in her lap, even though he's not emotionally debilitated needing her care, he's still willing to accept her tender care, especially when she starts worrying too much about him if he simply doesn't show her how he feels because of Chen Ming's death. Of course, Chen Wei is not a psychopath without emotions or someone who has learned to ignore all his own feelings for eternal life, so it's obvious that Chen Ming's brutal death in front of his eyes had a great effect on his psyche momentarily. And why wouldn't it, as Chen Ming is the brother he knows and has been a companion for more than 10 years, during which, in the last few months, he has been not only a life companion like a brother but also a battle companion as the leader of his team. And mainly, what was most difficult for Chen Wei was facing and consoling his mother and sister who cried and lamented endlessly when they saw Chen Ming's coffin being buried in the ground just over a week ago. In fact, Chen Wei's emotions throughout this time can be described with 2 words: hatred and regret, both of which burned intensely in his heart the moment he regained consciousness while being healed by healing GU masters from the clan who came to his rescue after Queek saved his life. At that moment, it took all the self-control he had in his body to prevent himself from returning to the front lines of the war to seek Piercer of the Heavens and try to kill him to avenge Chen Ming's death, which he knows could be an act of suicide due to both his physical and psychological state. But shortly after calming down, he simply began to feel a great emptiness inside, which was quickly filled with regret for having the blood soul baby GU not with him, as at that moment it was locked inside his laboratory to prevent it from being stolen by a theft path GU master during his fight. This fear of Chen Wei's was not unfounded since at this moment in which he lives, at least from what he saw on Longwushan Mountain and the stories he heard, the theft path is considerably common among the mortal world, with occurrences of GU masters having their GU stolen by people disguised as mortals or bandits who lurked in ambushes being something common to hear. But now looking back, this decision of his was a foolish one. In fact, the more he thinks, even without having a notion of what would happen and the giant life risk he would run, keeping the blood soul baby GU doesn't seem to make sense or the sensible action it seemed at the time. And in fact, now that he looks at many of the events that occurred in this battle, many should not have happened, such as Chen Ming advancing and joining the battle against Piercer of the Heavens, which even surprised the old Po Neo who commanded the battle. This comes from a fact that Chen Wei was not aware of at the time, but Chen Wang expressly ordered Chen Ming to retreat and come to safety since it was suspected that the Fengji clan might try to kill both him and Chen Wei. But the always disciplined and obedient Chen Ming, after a thought process that is a mystery to anyone but himself, decided to still advance to the front lines disobeying Chen Wang's orders, which ultimately would lead to his death and Chen Wei's near death. And even looking at the aspect of the battle, it was surrounded by coincidences, with the greatest being when the water jet that should have put Piercer of the Heavens in a situation of near death took him exactly to the location he needed to activate his trap. And finally, there's Chen Wei's greatest confirmation that all these occurrences cannot be just mere coincidences one after the other, as it could also happen in Earth. This confirmation is Red Relic GU. This red relic he speaks of is less rare than the silver relic used by Piercer of the Heavens, but it is still a very rare GU and now it is floating on the surface of his aperture calmly while waiting to be used by Chen Wei at any moment. Yes, that's right, the rare and almost impossible to find red relic GU that was only seen a few times on Longwushan Mountain after the war has now appeared coincidentally shortly after Chen Ming's death, falling into the hands of Chen Wei. Heaven's will. Wang Mei looks curiously at Chen Wei, who occasionally murmurs random things. He doesn't even try to disguise his plans, but what can I do about it? This part he doesn't say out loud and keeps it only in his head, but after a little over a week of reflection and thoughts about what happened, he's sure that Heaven's will has a hand in this. Of course, Chen Wei has considered that this may only be his way of removing the responsibility for his brother's death from his own shoulders, justifying that he didn't take the blood soul baby Gu not because of his error amid paranoia but because Heaven's will manipulated his thoughts to do so. And this was a great suspicion of Chen Wei's until 3 days ago when his grandfather called him to his office, and after having a conversation about Chen Wei's mental state, he was given by Chen Wang this red relic Gu, which according to him was, coincidentally, found by a mortal child while playing, whose parents as servants of the Chen mansion recognized as a Gu and brought it to Chen Wang. This was the last confirmation Chen Wei needed at that moment, and then with his grandfather's order that he would be removed from the battlefield for a period of 8 months during which his grandfather ordered him to cultivate incessantly like a frenzied maniac. And he accepted this order wholeheartedly because using his primeval essence of upper stage while he's still in the middle will allow him to quickly reach the rank 2 upper stage and use the red relic Gu, which will make him a rank 2 peak stage Gu master automatically, and after that, it would be an easy matter to advance to rank 3 with his talent and his grandfather's help. It's at this moment that he will finally be able to become a great force in the clan's actions and decisions, especially now that the war is reaching its almost total scale with several elders entering the battlefield and probably until the moment he reaches rank 3, everyone except the clan leaders will be fighting. And at this moment, the value of a possible rank 3 surpasses the clan's internal disputes because even the great political rivals of Chen Wang, I mourn Chen Ming's death, in a way, because even with their rivalry, they do not see as a gain that a possible rank 3 of the Heian clan has died like this just before the moment of greatest intensity of the war. Chen Wei can guess this because no elder was against his order for Chen Ming to retreat immediately nor criticized Chen Wang and him for taking these 8 months for Chen Wei to try to reach rank 3, which is already known information for the elders that this is his goal. This union mentality of the Heian clan even with internal rivalries comes from a fact whose outcome is worse. If they lose an internal political war within the clan they could lose part of their influence, wealth, and prestige, which would definitely be bad in their eyes. But if they lose this war, they would not only lose all of this but also their lives, and their children would become slaves made to serve another clan, and their wives and daughters would become sex slaves destined to serve the lustful and lecherous desires of their enemies, so it's obvious which of these options they will prefer. Even the clan leader, who never liked Wang Mei and Chen Wei's marriage one bit, now has this situation in a better light since at least being married to an extremely young clan elder who can become a future rank 4 is great for the security of his daughter. Besides, she's happy with the whole thing even though the clan leader isn't. Well, it's not like when Wang Mei starts doing missions after the end of the academy for her. She will go on dangerous missions and she will always be accompanied by a clan elder to ensure her safety against any danger. Strength is for this world what money was to mine. This is the fundamental rule of this world that Chen Wei has long accepted and embraced. What are you murmuring so much? Chen Wei feels 2 fingers poking his cheek as he imagines Wang Mei must be feeling quite curious about what he's murmuring about. Nothing, I'm just thinking about how lucky I am to have such a cute and loving wife. Despite not opening his eyes, he imagines he must be blushing in this situation, and how I hope our marriage comes soon. I hope it comes soon too. Wang Mei murmurs softly so Chen Wei doesn't hear before she removes his head from her lap and gets up to leave. Well, I have to go now. My father wants me to cultivate a lot so I don't have much time, bye. She makes her way to the door quickly hiding her flushed face. Wait, Mayor, what did you say before? After seeing that she was about to leave, Chen Wei opens his eyes as he sits on the sofa where they were both before. HMPH, that's your punishment for doing the same to me. Chen Wei finds himself dumbfounded as she opens the door and quickly leaves, but he also quickly shifts his attention to something else. Heavens will, if this is the path you will make me tread, so be it. I will seize every opportunity and difficulty you send to strengthen myself, and little by little, I will surpass from being an insignificant mortal, until the moment I make every fiber of your being tremble before me. This is a declaration he makes only to himself in his mind as a form of conviction that no one else but him needs to hear. After this, it would be good for me to take a good day of rest and relax my spirit, Chen Wei said wearily as he looked at the walls of his aperture, which took the form of solid walls of bright white stone, giving a sense of robustness and strength. This, along with the crimson-red primeval essence surging within his aperture at a steady rate, are major indicators of his breakthrough in cultivation to rank 2 upper stage after great effort and dedication. Cultivation in the GU world is truly simple and tedious. Chen Wei weakly walks towards a table full of food that could be described as a feast by a common GU master. It could even make a mortal cough up blood and die of anger and sadness while watching Chen Wei devour the luxurious banquet, which probably costs more than all the money the mortal could make in a lifetime even if he was as rich. But as Chen Wei devours this food, he cares little for its refined taste and delicate manners in eating, which were taught to him as a child, as his only thought is to quickly finish these highly nutritious meals and return to cultivation. And so it has been for Chen Wei for about a month and a half since he entered his closed and constant cultivation, until now where his hard work has paid off with his advancement to the upper stage of rank 2 at an impressive speed. Well, of course, this speed may be impressive to those looking from the outside, but for Chen Wei, this cultivation speed is completely natural and nothing beyond what he expected before starting this intense cultivation session. And no wonder, for during this month and a half, Chen Wei has slept for a maximum of 5 to 6 hours a day and, except for the moments when he needs to take care of his basic needs or like now, eat, he never stops for even a moment. Even the moments when it was necessary to recover primeval essence were non-existent since he simply used the primeval stones that were constantly provided by his grandfather, consuming the primeval stones as if he were a bottomless pit. Chen Wei has not kept track of how many primeval stones he has consumed so far, but he imagines that it must be in the thousands, which, from the perspective of a cultivation aristocratic family as rich as the Chen family, is an investment that is totally worth it. The same goes for other great families in the Heian clan who have been investing large amounts of primeval stones and resources lately to have their most talented members try to reach rank 3, and Chen Wei imagines that the same is happening in the Fengji and Xiangmao clans. In fact, the only reason the great families within the clans had not practiced this attitude more before was because these talented rank 2 upper and peak stage members were the pillars and commanders on the front lines of the war, so it was not feasible to make a large part of them retreat to cultivate. But now that the pillars of the front line have become the rank 3 elders, this has quickly changed. And something like this also applies to moments of peace where such a huge expenditure of resources that wears down a family's base and even somewhat infringes on the wealth and interests of the elder would have been unthinkable and could make whoever suggested it be treated as a fool, and if he actually went through with it, he would be treated as a lunatic. Among all of them, my advancement must be the fastest and most significant. This conclusion of Chen Wei comes not from arrogance or disdain for the other talented members of great families but rather as the logical conclusion from his perspective. Because all this time, with the help of the 4-flavor liquor worm, he has been using his rank 2 upper stage primeval essence to nourish the walls of his aperture, which were still at rank 2 middle stage, which made his cultivation speed twice what he would normally achieve without the 4-flavor liquor worm. This, along with the rich resources and Chen Wei's unceasing dedication to his cultivation, as cultivating for 18 hours a day every day is an extremely taxing activity not only on the body but also on the mind and spirit of someone, made him reach the upper stage in record time, which will become peak stage today with the help of the Red Relic GU. Now I have 6.5 more months to achieve rank 3 within the expected time. Of course, this is the expected time by my grandfather because I am confident that I will be able to reach rank 3 by the end of the year, which will arrive in 3 months. Chen Wei heads to his bed to enter cultivation again while speaking to himself, a habit he has had even before coming to the GU world. Actually, if everything goes correctly and I have no problems in my advancement to rank 3, I will be able to reach this level in at most 1 month. Of course, if he were in a time-limited situation or in a hurry, he could try his advancement by the end of this month, but as they say, hurry is the enemy of perfection or the best friend of failure. Which in such a dangerous process as cultivation breakthrough can be a death sentence since even the slightest mistake at a critical moment can easily lead even a great genius to have a deplorable and painful end. This is one of the parts of cultivation that is not explored much in the novel because it follows Fang Yuan's perspective, who had already become in blood path immortal of rank 6 just 2 tribulations away from rank 7, so from his perspective, something like advancing from rank 2 to 3 and so on seems like child's play. But for the mortals of this world who have to face this great barrier for the first time, this is a great tribulation that has defeated many young talented and dedicated people, ending their dreams and inspirations for the future as if they were nothing. Or do you think all these middle-aged men who are stuck at rank 2 peak stage are B-grade talents who even after years of effort barely manage to reach rank 3 but completely lose hope of advancing to rank 4 are just lazy people with weak wills? Of course, some of them are the former who, after reaching a point where they can live comfortably, simply lose all their ambitions while living luxuriously, but the vast majority, especially in the Longshan mountain devastated by war, do not advance because no matter how hard they try and cultivate, they never have enough resources, time, and talent to break through this barrier. And the list of people who died or suffered serious injuries while attempting to advance in just the Heian clan is quite extensive, so Chen Wei wants to have at least a little preparation, and even this preparation time would be considered very little by most people who spend years in this process in normal times. But Chen Wei is confident that even with this little preparation time, he will succeed in his advancement because of three main factors: his luck, his talent, and his family inheritances. The first factor, if spoken aloud, would make almost every GU master consider him a fool, whether mortal or immortal, since in this era, luck path does not even exist in concept, and people treat luck more as a concept than something practical that can be used in cultivation. The maximum practical knowledge about luck in the GU world at this moment is fortune chi, and even then, it is only a minor aspect and not fully developed of the chi path, so it can be said that Chen Wei is the greatest expert in the luck path alive, so he knows how strong and imposing this path created by the same creator of blood path can be. And shortly after obtaining this red relic GU, which he will use to greatly advance in his cultivation, he had an inspiration related to luck path that was quickly put into practice by him. What he did was simple. He took a silver coin that is generally used by mortals for trade among themselves and went to one of his servants and made a bet that consisted of guessing which side the coin would land on after he tossed it in the air. If the servant guessed correctly, he would win a primeval stone for each round GE guessed right against Chen Wei if the servant won. Unfortunately, for him, after playing 10 times, Chen Wei won all. But as a consolation prize, Chen Wei gave him a primeval stone and told him to call other servants to do the same, and to Chen Wei's lack of surprise, even after making the same bet against several servants, he never lost once. Chen Wei even went so far as to make the same bet against his grandfather and won every time. This made him quickly conclude that his own luck must be at least much greater than the average rank 3, since it had the capacity to suppress Chen Wang's luck to prevent him from winning and causing Chen Wei to suffer a loss or negative outcome. So with all the evidence, he came to the obvious conclusion that his luck must be considerable enough to prevent an unexpected negative variable from causing his advancement to fail. Honestly, I should be able to achieve Supreme Grand Master attainment just for this idea, ha ha ha. This is clearly a joke since he is fully aware that Heaven's Will has more knowledge about luck path than he does, so this will not happen, and the same goes for blood path. Secondly, of course, comes Chen Wei's talent, which modestly considers to be greater than that of any other GU master he has encountered and which combined with various theoretical knowledge he has gained from the novel and science has made him become a quasi-master in the blood path in just over a year of cultivation. And finally, there are the various cultivation inheritances that belong to his family, which have their origins dating back to the early years of the clan's existence and which over all this time have had various great specialists who created and collected various GU that can help someone go through their cultivation breakthrough more easily and safely. One of these GU, for example, is the weak membrane GU, which weakens the walls of a GU master's aperture to facilitate their breakthrough but has the side effect of decreasing the talent of the GU master proportionally to how much the walls of the aperture were weakened, so the idea of using it was automatically discarded by Chen Wei. But one of the GU to aid in cultivation advancement that he will definitely use is the gluttonous toad GU, which can store primeval stones within itself, and in the midst of a GU master's advancement, it automatically transfers the primeval essence from the primeval stones to the GU master without him having to do anything and with an efficiency of 60% conversion, which is extremely high when the gluttonous toad can store up to 1,000 primeval stones at once. But let's set these thoughts aside for now, because I have finally reached my first goal, Chen Wei looks at his aperture, which presents walls made of bright white crystals containing a sea of dark red primeval essence in which various GU swim or float peacefully. I really need to rest after a process like this, Chen Wei says as he inspects a GU that contains a congratulatory message and also recommends that he rest for about 3 days from his grandfather, who has already been informed by Chen Wei himself about his cultivation advancement. Soon Chen Wei finishes inspecting his aperture and GU to see if there is anything wrong, and when he confirms that everything is normal, he relaxes his body and falls into a deep sleep since he has spent the last 32 hours awake without a minute of rest or sleep while cultivating without stopping, so he is exhausted. Are you sure you're ready with so little time? Chen Wang, sipping from a cup of exquisite tea, asks with a concerned expression on his face. You still have a little less than 6 months to prepare as much as you want. Grandfather, I understand your concerns, and I assure you, I have full confidence in successfully making the breakthrough. Chen Wei, now seated in a lotus position, makes the final arrangements to attempt the breakthrough in his cultivation. Furthermore, I will greatly need to have these next 6 months free to focus on research in the blood path. Chen Wang, upon hearing these words, wears a complicated expression on his face, as he and Chen Wei have been dealing with this issue for quite some time and have made little progress in this area. This is one of the great challenges of being a pioneer and one of the main reasons why Chen Wang tried to convince Chen Wei to cultivate water path instead of this new creation of his, which, despite showing great strength, lacks significant guarantees of a prosperous future. Of course, Chen Wei, as a reader of the novel, knows in theory the future capabilities of blood path, as well as being full of inspirations on how to continue his development due to his quasi-master attainment. But even after Chen Wei's explanations, Chen Wang still, to some extent, maintains a skeptical attitude not regarding the blood path's ability to reach rank 3 but rather Chen Wei's ability to do so in a mere 6 months. This expectation from Chen Wang is to be expected since, from Chen Wei's observations so far, the development of new GU can take up to years, and this applies to rank 2 GU, as rank 3 does not have a specific time, with many elders proudly demonstrating 1 or 2 rank 3 GU they created during their lives. And even then, these GU would generally be based on other rank 3 or simply upgrades of rank 2 GU commonly used in the clan, and even so, they are shown with great pride for most elders. According to Chen Wang, the same does not apply to rank 4 GU masters, as even the current clan leader, who has created around 4 original rank 3 GU in his lifetime, has not created a single rank 4 GU to this day. This could be due to various factors such as lack of time, lack of need, insufficient talent, and difficulty in refinement. Of course, there are exceptions to this rule, but they are generally refinement path GU masters like the current greatest refinement specialist in the clan who, in total, has created 10 original rank 3 GU in his long life and has even helped the old clan leader do the same for a rank 4 GU for a while. In fact, this refinement specialist was in Chen Wang's plans since he planned to hire his services to refine a rank 3 water path GU for Chen Wei, but this suggestion was declined by Chen Wei, who had confidence in his ability to create a rank 3 blood path GU. Gluttonous Toad GU, Furious Water GU, Weak Spot GU, Controlled Current GU, Elder's Aid GU, all ready, and along with the primeval stones, it shouldn't take more than an hour until I succeed in my advancement. Chen makes a final routine check while placing almost all the GU into his aperture, with only the Elder's Aid GU remaining in Chen Wang's possession. These are all the best inheritances of the family to help in breakthrough to rank 3. I still remember the time when I was young, I had to throw myself forward to advance without any GU to help me. This difficult experience of his life that Chen Wang describes with some nostalgia is the norm for the vast majority of GU masters who attempt their breakthrough, as was done by Fang Yuan in the novel. In fact, many could even cry melancholically if they saw the amount of help that Chen Wei is receiving to make his advances to rank 3, which, along with primeval stones and the GU he used in the past like the Red Relic GU and the GU he is using now, has already cost Chen Wang an immeasurable fortune. This is a part of the GU world and cultivation that has never been thoroughly explored in the novel, probably because it never became relevant to Fang Yuan, but the GU market that assists in breakthrough is one of the largest and most profitable among all, as after attack and defense, the greatest need for GU masters is to advance in cultivation. And you can be sure that merchants take advantage of this extremely lucrative business in large clans where they create various monopolies of specific GU, most of which are single-use and extremely expensive, forcing a large part of lone and demonic GU masters to spend their entire life savings for a chance of advancement with a greater chance of success. And this is for those who are lucky or capable of obtaining large amounts of money, because the vast majority will have to attempt the advancement without any GU to assist them. Just like Chen Wang in his youth, who despite having the recipes for several of these GU, did not have the resources to refine them. Alright, stay fully focused and give it your all, and remember that I can prevent your failure up to 3 times, understood? Chen Wang sits behind Chen Wei and places his hands on his grandson's back while using the Elder's Aid GU to connect to his aperture. This GU, as you can imagine, allows someone of a higher cultivation level to help another person through their advancement, and with a GU that Chen Wang has called Fluid Failure GU, he can prevent Chen Wei from failing the advancement up to 3 times by using this GU to transfer the damage from the advancement failure to himself. Okay, it's now without hesitation. Chen Wei murmurs as he uses the Furious Water GU, which turns Chen Wei's once peaceful primeval essence into an ocean going through a storm with great and furious waves crashing against each other. Chen Wei grits his teeth as he feels the great ferocity and pressure of this furious primeval essence, which takes all of his will just to maintain a little bit of control so as not to end up hurting the GU in his aperture, even though he has removed all the GU that belong to him. Those used for the breakthrough are, of course, in his aperture, and it would be a shame if they were destroyed. So after a few moments, Chen Wei, with difficulty and with Chen Wang's help, uses the controlled current GU, which does not diminish the great ferocity of his primeval essence but rather allows Chen Wei's control to increase many times more than it was before, as he can now easily create currents of primeval essence that can exert constant pressure on the walls of his aperture. Now the advancement process will begin. I have to make sure not to overdo it and end up destroying my aperture. This concern of Chen Wei's is one of the greatest that goes through the minds of all GU masters who go through the advancement, as although the lack of ability to break the walls of their aperture may be a problem, it seems like a small inconvenience compared to destroying their aperture, which would lead to instant death in the best-case scenario. But Chen Wei does not let this risk intimidate him or make him hesitate for a moment, and quickly uses the weak spot GU to discover which parts of the walls of his aperture are easiest to break under the pressure of his primeval essence, which attack these points continuously without stopping, as if Chen Wei had unlimited primeval essence, which is the effect of the gluttonous toad GU that provides him with primeval essence. And so begins a process that, unlike cultivation, which focuses on moving from small realm to small realm, is slow, time-consuming, and tedious. This one is fast, fierce, and always demanding the attention of the GU master at all times, with each small movement requiring great skill and concentration. Chen Wang, who observes the process while providing assistance to Chen Wei wherever he needs it, feels great pride in his grandson, seeing the great skill and control he demonstrates in his breakthrough, which even impresses an elder who has gone through this process and assisted others to do the same, like Chen Wang. So while Chen Wang observes the walls of Chen Wei's aperture cracking and breaking continuously and rapidly for just over half an hour, which probably seemed much longer to Chen Wei, he finally sees the strong white crystal walls breaking completely and giving way to a wall of light that shines faintly. Soon Chen Wang sees light silver primeval essence rapidly emerging in Chen Wei's aperture, thus confirming with certainty the success of his grandson. Congratulations, little Wei, now you're a proud rank 3 GU master, the first step to the apex of this world, rank 5. Chen Wang removes his hands from Chen Wei's back while having an expression of extreme pride on his face after seeing his first descendant reach rank 3. Chen Wei also has a happy smile on his face as he enjoys the feeling of success in his cultivation advancement, but in his head, a thought passes after hearing Chen Wang's words. Apex. This doesn't even count as the first step in my journey because in my path, even the legendary title of Venerable will be just a step. Another failure, but I'm getting there. Chen Wei looks expressionlessly at a small liquor worm dead amidst a pool of blood after a failed refining experiment. This is the second liquor worm I've killed in the last 2 months. Chen makes his way to a chair to rest his body and soul after suffering the backlash of an unsuccessful refinement. While sitting, he records and reviews his practical experiences in this refining process along with those of others and his theoretical knowledge so that he can draw conclusions and insights that will lead to success in the next attempt. If this were Fang Yuan's era, I would be in big trouble. This is the thought passing through his mind, but fortunately for him, the liquor worm, despite being an expensive GU in this era, is nowhere near as rare as in Fang Yuan's era, where it was treated almost like a treasure despite only being usable in rank 1 cultivation. Chen Wei closes his eyes and inspects his aperture, checking if the refining failure caused any damage to any of his GU, which, despite never having happened to him or anyone, is better to always check to be safe about any variables. While inspecting his aperture, he sees a small 7 fragrances liquor worm swimming cheerfully amidst Chen Wei's primeval essence, unaware of the death of one of its siblings a moment ago. This primeval essence, which with the help of the 7 fragrances liquor worm, has a blossom silver color, marking the rank 3 middle stage, although Chen Wei is only in the initial stage still. Truly, the effect of this GU is magical. I imagine if its ability to reach the immortal realm were known, it would be on the list of legendary GU. This is his most sincere opinion, especially when shortly after reaching rank 3, his focus was not on researching blood path or refining blood path GU, but rather advancing his liquor worm to rank 3. It's a great pity I don't know its recipe for rank 5, or rank 6. Although he is somewhat confident in creating a recipe for the liquor worm up to rank 5, the same does not apply to the immortal realm because of his low attainment in food path, and even if he were to create this immortal liquor worm, it would be almost useless to him due to conflicting Dao marks. With this thought passing through his mind, he looks again at the liquor worm dead amidst a pool of blood on his experimentation table with a serious expression. This liquor worm is not an attempt to replicate the effects of the food path liquor worm with a blood path liquor worm, but rather a much crueler plan related to his promise of vengeance against the piercer of the heavens, and even now that he has failed twice in his refinement, he has an even greater conviction to successfully refine this GU. Well, let's leave that aside for now. It's better for me to go rest for a while since the wedding ceremony will be in a few days. Chen Wei is not the least bit nervous or anything when he thinks about the wedding ceremony, which would prompt an outsider discovering his calmness to ask him if he knows that it's his wedding. But for Chen Wei, there isn't much to be nervous about since he has had this wedding as a fact for over 7 years of his life, so he has long lost the nervousness about it. And even if this wedding had been something recent, he wouldn't be nervous, but that's to be expected since he is a person who has gone through various difficulties and even several life or death moments, so it's not as if a mere wedding would make him nervous like an excited and anxious little girl as he is almost certain Wang Mei is now. Well, he's almost certain since he hasn't spoken or seen her for almost a month, not because of his negligence with her to focus on his blood path research but because it's a custom of the Heian clan that the betrothed couple cannot have any form of contact with each other from 1 month before the wedding day. Ah, who knows, maybe I should have a bachelor party, haha. This is just a small joke he makes as he heads to his room to rest and recover after this refining session, because if he were really foolish enough to attempt a bachelor party like he's seen guys do on Earth, Wang Mei's father would personally kill him. Si Ling has a happy and proud expression as she looks at Chen Wei standing amidst one of the rooms where the bride and groom have to wait before entering the wedding. Who would have thought my boy would grow up so much? You're already a grown man now. She speaks with small tears in her eyes, stemming from the emotion of seeing her second son getting married, as it reminds her of Chen Ming's wedding and his death, which she probably won't overcome anytime soon, if ever. Well, young man, how excited are you for today? Young men usually are, especially for what comes after the wedding. Chen Liang puts his hand on Chen Wei's shoulders, trying to cheer him up. He seems much better than Si Ling, as he is a battlefield veteran and is accustomed to death. Even if he isn't, he can't let it show, as that would be frowned upon by the clan. Chen Wei, the center of attention for all his relatives and servants who are carefully and delicately arranging his attire, remains motionless and speaks little, simply nodding in agreement when spoken to. He is now wearing a luxurious and extremely well-made dark blue outfit, as is customary for GU masters getting married. Of course, this outfit has something particular, white details that make the already beautiful dark blue outfit even more elegant. Image. These white details indicate Chen Wei's cultivation level, which at this moment is the acclaimed and glorious rank 3, making this marriage between him and Wang Mei even more special in the eyes of the clan. Marriage between elders is not something that happens every few decades. This is not because the elders are a bunch of lonely old men and women, but for two reasons: they are old, so their marriages happened a long time ago, and secondly, most people marry young, so even these elders were mostly in rank 2 when they got married. In fact, a marriage of a rank 3 hasn't happened in so long that the old servant responsible for Chen Wei's attire was extremely emotional, even though she's 60 years old and has made many dresses. A rank 3 one is her first. And this excitement is shared by all who are attending this wedding, which is being held in the spiritual hall, something that only happens when it's the wedding of a clan member who has reached rank 3 at the time of the wedding. The grandfather is still talking to the other elders about politics. Chen Wei asks his father while looking at himself in the mirror with a little strangeness at seeing his hair cut short as it should be according to clan traditions. Well, you probably won't see him again until the ceremony. Chen Liang speaks without caring much about his father's actions, as he prefers dealing with politics rather than being with his grandson, as he would do the same if he were in his place. And what Chen Wang did was basically to arrive at the ceremony, exchange a few words with Chen Wei, and then go straight to arranging alliances and political agreements with other factions of elders, especially the faction of the clan leader, from which Wang Mei comes. Meanwhile, Chen Wei and Wang Mei, who are the betrothed, cannot be seen in public before the ceremony, and their parents must always be with them, so neither the clan leader nor Chen Liang can directly engage in politics, only sending representatives to act in their places. Young master, the elder sent me to inform you that he is about to announce the beginning of the ceremony. A rank 2 GU master speaks respectfully to Chen Wei, who is an elder in everything but name. Well, you may wonder why Chen Wei is not officially an elder yet. This is more of a formality, as well as having its political and practical reasons behind it. These are the orders given by the clan leader that all capable elders for combat must be fighting on the front lines. So Chen Wang made an agreement with the clan leader, as well as with other influential elders of the clan, for Chen Wei to be officially declared an elder only at the end of the 8 months of rest given to him. Of course, as Chen Wei is already a rank 3, he is already treated basically as an elder by everyone, and he has already entered the clan's power struggle. But for now, he is not an elder, so he is not referred to by others as much out of pure formality, and as he needed these months to refine his rank 3 GU anyway, the other elders did not exert much pressure against this decision by the clan leader. Soon Chen Wei hears the announcement by Huang Yang, who is the elder of the spiritual hall, calling him and Wang Mei to go to the altar. So he quickly, accompanied by his parents behind him, leaves the room he was in and heads towards a corridor that will lead to the altar. Immediately, Chen Wei sees Wang Mei, who is on the opposite side of him in the corridor, and whose eyes shine with happiness when she sees him in front of her. So they quickly walk until they meet halfway, where Wang Mei quickly hugs his arm while jumping around cutely, which Chen Wei assumes is excitement and happiness for the wedding. If Chen Wei had to describe her, it would be in just one word: beautiful, and it would already be enough to describe the beautiful girl wearing dark blue clothes with red details, indicating her as a rank 2 GU master, as she recently made this advancement with her father's help after finishing the academy. Image. I missed you so much, she whispers to him after a month of short nights for her, as she spent most of the time unable to sleep properly due to nervousness. I also couldn't wait any longer, so let's continue and let's not keep the guests waiting any longer. Chen Wei speaks as he gestures towards the rest of the way to his right, leading to the altar. Let's. She speaks as she follows the path while still holding onto Chen Wei's arm, but now in a more distant and polite manner as dictated by the clan's manners and customs. Chen Wei then walks with her right beside him, with both parents behind them, before they step in front of the clan's altar, which is in front of all the guests at the ceremony, but now in the eyes of both are just small details, as their focuses are on each other. What a beautiful couple. I ask the young bride and groom to take their positions. Elder Huang Yang, an old man, speaks calmly and composedly. So quickly Chen Wei takes his place at the altar facing each other, with their hands held while looking into each other's eyes, while their parents go to their seats in the audience. Well, here it is. The elder takes out a GU that has the shape of a blue crystal shell, which after activated emits a blue light both on Chen Wei and Wang Mei. This is a famous GU in the clan called Marriage Oath GU, and as Chen Wei is a rank 3, the GU is also a rank 3-1. So, under the gaze of all the guests and bound by this oath GU, do you swear to take each other as the sole husband and wife of your lives, to love and respect each other, and to unite in flesh and spirit today, in a union that no other man, not even the heavens, can separate? Huang Yang speaks with difficulty because of his old age. He and Chen Wei, accept. He and Wang Mei, accept. Both speak at the same time, while Chen Wei bows slightly and brings out a GU worm in the form of a crystal necklace and presents it to Wang Mei, who instantly refines the crystal sapphire GU. This is the customary dowry given directly by the husband to the wife, which for great families must be a valuable or meaningful GU that demonstrates the love and consideration of the groom. So I declare the couple married. Soon the audience cheers with the elder's declaration, and Chen Wei, amid the celebration, gives a soft kiss on Wang Mei's forehead, as any further demonstration of intimacy publicly would be taboo in the clan. And so began a wedding ceremony that Chen Wei could describe as a tedious and lengthy unnecessary formality where he had to receive the congratulations of all the guests one by one in an animated and chivalrous manner. Which wouldn't be so unnecessary if Chen Wei had used this opportunity to engage in the politics and intrigue of the clan involving his marriage, but that was considered a big taboo in the clan, so he didn't even consider the idea deeply. But he imagines that at least for Wang Mei, this ceremony must be something magical and incredible, especially judging by her excited and happy expression, especially when her father congratulated them on the marriage in a way that made it seem like he didn't hate Chen Wei. And so it went for the rest of the night until the two retired to his room amidst the encouraging looks of the guests so that the newlyweds could have their wedding night. I'm quite nervous, you know, my mother told me about it, but I still. Wang Mei is sitting on the bed while clutching her dress, trying to calm her nerves, and looks down trying to hide her embarrassment. Well, but she told me to. His words are cut off halfway by Chen Wei, who quickly approaches and kisses her while gently making her lie down on the bed as she wraps her hands around his neck. Damn it, Chen Wei murmurs with a complicated expression as he looks at Wang Mei, who is snuggled next to him in bed with her head on his chest, sleeping like a beautiful fairy. They are both naked, which is to be expected, although it cannot be seen because of the silver silk coverlet that is over them. Chen Wei strokes Wang Mei's hair as he looks at her cute and innocent face sleeping soundly. How did I end up marrying another otherworldly demon? While caressing Wang Mei's head, Chen Wei has a complicated expression on his face as his mind races at the speed of light, thoughts colliding with each other, creating new ideas or destroying each other at an incredible speed and chaos. I was very reckless. With this new possibility of Wang Mei being an otherworldly, various details and small occurrences that had previously gone unnoticed by him began to emerge in his mind like stars in the sky. Firstly, since when has she been here? This is quite important for Chen Wei to determine if this Wang Mei who is now sound asleep with her head gently resting on his chest is the same one he has always known. That's probably the case. As an otherworldly demon, and mainly one who had read the novel, he had always been alert to the possibility of the same happening to someone close to him, but he never saw a major change in Wang Mei's personality. But from what he had heard, her father, who had influenced her since childhood to disdain him, and in the few moments he had seen her from afar before they formally met, she seemed to have a look of disdain towards him, so he was even surprised when she was so affectionate and kind to him when they met. But now he reasons that this may no longer be the original Wang Mei who spoke with him. Besides, I now have confirmation that something is wrong with my A grade. He always found the fact of having an A grade talent somewhat extraordinary, as he knew that otherworldly demons are generally suppressed by the heavens, just like Fang Yuan, who had a C grade, or Thieving Heaven, who had a D grade. But as it was never stated in the story whether this was the same for all otherworldly demons or just for these two, and as the novel was banned before the author could write about why Heaven's Will brings otherworldly demons or if it is under Heaven's Will's control or not, so he could never come to a concrete conclusion about the fact that his aptitude was something out of the ordinary. But now, with Wang Mei being another otherworldly demon who lives in the same medium-sized clan as him at the same time, and not only that, but she was married to him and she herself has an A-grade talent just like him, this is too much of a coincidence not to have the hand of Heaven's Will or some venerable. Does she know that I'm an otherworldly demon? For Chen Wei, if his greatest secret were to be discovered by anyone else, even if it were Wang Mei, who has an oath with him that prevents her from causing harm to him, would still make Chen Wei feel exposed and vulnerable. Does she have knowledge of Reverend Insanity? This would be decisive for Chen Wei's future actions. Well, there are several ways Chen Wei can use to verify this, one of which he has already demonstrated to her and everyone else for quite some time, and it is also the reason why he wonders if she knows that he is an otherworldly demon, and that is blood path. Plain and simple, anyone who has read the novel in its entirety knows that this path should have been created by Giant Sun using a clone called Blood Sea Ancestor years after Giant Sun's death, but there is also the possibility that she has read the novel but just hasn't reached this point, as many people who start reading such a large novel stop halfway. Of course, this is just one possibility, as it is much more likely that she has no knowledge of Reverend Insanity, as shown in the novel to be various worlds, for example, the one from which thieving heaven comes, so it is quite possible that she comes from one where the novel Reverend Insanity does not exist. And even if she did come from Earth among a population of 7 billion people, Chen Wei imagines that the number of Reverend Insanity readers does not exceed 1 million, so the great likelihood is that even if she is from Earth, she will have no idea about Reverend Insanity. This event heightened Chen Wei's paranoia, which was already strong because of the possible manipulation of heaven's will to kill Chen Ming, so now in Chen Wei's eyes, everyone is a possible otherworldly demon lurking in the shadows. Love, are you okay? You look pensive. Chen Wei is quickly brought out of his thoughts by Wang Mei, who has just woken up but still has a sleepy expression. I'm fine, just thinking about something important. Chen Wei speaks slowly, taking the utmost care not to say anything that might trigger the effect of the oath he made with Wang Mei or reveal what he doesn't want to. You're so preoccupied early in the morning, are you already tired of waking up with such a beautiful wife by your side? Wang Mei speaks jokingly, giving a soft punch to Chen Wei's chest. What can I do if this beautiful wife is responsible for my tiredness? Chen Wei sighs, knowing the complicated situation he is in. Wang Mei quickly blushes after hearing what Chen Wei said because, as she doesn't know what's going on in his head, let alone that he has discovered that she comes from another world, she mistakenly assumes that the tiredness he speaks of that she caused him was about the activity they engaged in several times last night. Well, we can do it again, you know. I'm not tired. She speaks almost in a whisper, trying to continue looking Chen Wei in the eyes despite the embarrassment she is feeling. Chen Wei looks at her with a certain complication in his gaze. Well, if you're wondering how Chen Wei managed to conclude that Wang Mei was probably another otherworldly demon, it comes from something she said repeatedly during the night. To be clear, when he was on Earth, Chen Wei was never very religious. He was more like the average American, believing in God but not really in the habit of reading the Bible or going to church regularly. And the same goes for this world where people don't seem to have a concept of God, so they end up practicing some form of Taoism or venerating the venerables as if they were deities and supreme beings. So he is absolutely sure that the people of this world must not know about the Christian God or pray to Jesus, so you can imagine that after hearing Wang Mei take the holy name of God in vain several times during the night, he realized what that meant. Well, besides that, there is also the fact that although Chen Wei only spoke English when he was on Earth, he knew a little German, so he could understand a little when she said things like, more, stronger, please, in German, mainly taking into account that these words tended to come together. Honestly, if someone had told him in the past that this would be the way he would discover another otherworldly demon, he might even laugh at that joke, but now the last thing he feels like doing is laughing. A few days later. I think I'm figuring out why I was failing before in the refinement. This GU that Chen Wei is experimenting with is the Blood Chief Armor GU, and now it is the focus of Chen Wei's research as he tries to upgrade his main defense and attack GU for the Blood Path. In the end, every GU is a living manifestation of the Great Tao, having its own will and spirit, as well as life essence. Chen Wei speculates his aperture and sees dozens of identical GU. This is a new creation of his, the Rank 1 Blood Drop GU, a simple GU that has the ability to create small drops of blood without any attack or practical ability, since creating blood drops is not the most useful ability. But it has a great advantage for Chen Wei to conduct experiments since it is easy to create using only normal blood for its refinement. It is also easy to feed since it simply feeds on any type of blood. Besides being easy to refine to higher levels, which made Chen Wei create dozens of them, treating them as disposable items, as even at rank 2, the only thing they do more is create more blood drops. And that's why I was failing to create a recipe. It wasn't due to bad luck or my lack of ability, but because I was treating GU as a tool or a worm and not as a manifestation of the Tao. This may seem like something simple that wouldn't lead to big problems for a GU master, but as refinement is a practice of precision and delicacy where even the smallest detail is wrong, it leads to different results. The cultivation of the GU master is about deepening your understanding of the Tao, and the cultivation of the GU is about deepening its connection as a part of the Tao. Chen Wei declares these words as he holds a rank 3 blood drop GU, which, like the rank 2 one, is practically useless but which now for Chen Wei is of great value because it showed the way for him to finally succeed in his refining path. Amid his thoughts, Chen Wei hears a knock on the door of his refining room. "Love, come to bed, it's late, and refining for so long straight will harm you." Chen Wei looks at the door of his refining room to see Wang Mei, who has her hands crossed over her chest as she speaks with a bossy attitude that he wouldn't have imagined she would have, but that she began to show after they got married. Okay, today was a great day, so it's no problem to go to bed early." Chen Wei goes to the door and caresses the girl's head, who tries to seem intimidating but with her short height and cute face, it's somewhat laughable, like a hamster trying to scare someone. He goes towards their room accompanied by her, thinking about the decision he made the day after their wedding. This decision consists, for the time being, in continuing to act as if he didn't know anything while trying to find out more about whether she knows about the novel and if she knows that he is another otherworldly demon like her. And about trying to get rid of her, well, he doesn't want to do that, and even if he did, he couldn't because of the oath that will restrict him up to rank 5. Well, there is also a practical, not emotional reason why he wants her close, and that reason is a theory of his. This theory is that the two of them being like this is part of the plan, not of heaven's will, but of a venerable, and as he assumes that if a venerable wanted to kill him, he wouldn't need to do this kind of intrigue, he decided to make a risky bet and move forward with Wang Mei by his side. Besides, the venerable he thinks is possibly responsible for this, despite having demon in his name, is one of the venerables with the most honorable and fair attitude among them. This is, of course, Thieving Heaven, the most famous and powerful otherworldly demon this world has ever seen. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And guys, I have a big shout out to do for the new fanfic of some of the guys on Discord, and although I haven't read it yet since it just came out, I read a draft of another fanfic that he created, and if the quality is the same, this will definitely be a read worth of reading, so go check it out. Reverend Insanity, Jade Light Guardian by Supernerd 4000. And also a big shout out to SR who gave me on Discord the suggestion of several of the GU that appear in this chapter and that will also appear in the future. 1 month later. Well, everything is perfectly prepared, so let's begin. Immediately after finishing the organization of his refining table, Chen Wei declares with a satisfied expression. In front of him at this moment are various GU, ranging from rank 1 to 3, with the majority belonging to the blood path. This would make anyone unfamiliar with the specialty of the blood path, which is extremely cost-effective for refining, question how someone can spend so many resources at once with a calm expression like Chen Wei's. Of course, aside from the various GU that will be used for refining, the majority of the rank 1 GU present are blood storage GU, which are currently storing various types of animal blood, most of which belong to 100 beast kings known for their strong defenses and high vitality. Well, there is also a small amount of refining materials belonging to other paths, but when creating the recipe, Chen Wei tried to minimize this amount as much as possible as a preparation for future immortal cultivation, where Dao marks will be extremely influential in both refining and cultivation. Then, Chen Wei quickly takes out the Bloodchief Armor GU from his aperture and places it amidst his refining table on a small altar made of solid blood with a cavity in the middle resembling a cauldron designed to hold the GU during the refining process, as well as stabilize Chen Wei during this process. This is one of Chen Wei's new creations aimed at refining, which has been a major focus lately after his advancement to rank 3. He has been reading various refining books belonging to the Chen family and taking classes with several refining specialists, even learning a bit from the clan's top refiner, who has a harmonious relationship with his grandfather Chen Wang. So, after placing the Blood Chief Armor GU on the altar, which now functions as a blood cauldron, Chen Wei quickly takes out another Blood Chief Armor GU and places it alongside in the GU refining process, then quickly activates several blood storage GU to ensure that the large amount of stored blood in them flows towards the refining altar. To any normal person, this blood would not be much different from that of any normal animal, but to Chen Wei, the greatest living expert in the blood path, he knows that this blood is of high quality, belonging to 100 Beast Kings. Furthermore, compared to the blood of other 100 Beast Kings, this blood exhibits even higher quality, thanks to the rank 1 pure blood GU, one of the greatest gains from Chen Wei's research on the blood path, as well as his learning more about refining. This GU essentially does what its name suggests, purify blood, increasing its quality significantly. After this purification process, only 40% of the original blood remains, but its quality becomes 3 times higher, and this process can be repeated sometimes. Of course, the amount of blood this GU, only at rank 1, can purify has a limit, but for now, it is a great help, greatly increasing the quality of the blood Chen Wei uses for refining several times over. I need to be careful with this process of introducing blood into the altar, it needs to be done slowly and accurately. This is a process Chen Wei takes great care with after several failed refining experiences due to introducing blood into the refining at the wrong pace. Now, it's time. So when a certain amount of blood has entered the altar to the point where the 2 Blood Chief Armor GU are submerged amidst the blood and are swimming rapidly around each other under Chen Wei's control, he activates the Hot Blood GU, causing the blood in the altar, in which the GU are happily bathing, to begin boiling like water in a cauldron. Thus, even without Chen Wei's control, the 2 GU begin to swim frantically, feeling that this heat is a possible threat to their lives. However, much to their dismay, Chen Wei quickly forces them to absorb this boiling blood as if they were feeding on normal blood. Soon after, as if unsatisfied with just these 2 GU suffering amidst the boiling blood, Chen Wei adds 6 Blood Shield GU to the mix. They do not have much time to suffer amidst this blood, now at an incredibly high temperature, as Chen Wei quickly makes them be absorbed by the 2 Blood Chief Armor GU under his command, which are absorbing the boiling blood continuously. First phase completed. Chen Wei sighs in relief as he looks at the 2 Blood Chief Armor GU, which are spinning around each other while shining with a strong scarlet color after absorbing an unimaginable amount of blood, each having absorbed 3 GU in the refining process. In no time, the 2 GU have completely absorbed all the blood brought by Chen Wei for this refining process, which to him means it is the perfect time to start the second phase of the refining. So Chen Wei quickly brings out 2 more GU he recently created, the Solid Blood GU and the Malleable Blood GU, the effects of which are easy to imagine due to their self-explanatory names, essentially providing 2 opposite effects but helping to establish a necessary balance so that the blood armor is neither too solid nor too malleable. Now, let's hope I don't have too much bad luck and these 2 GU fuse in the refining process without any issues, so I can move on to the final part smoothly, Chen Wei says as he watches the 2 GU enter the refining and are quickly absorbed. Who would have thought that this seemingly useless GU would be useful for more than just experimentation? He looks at his hand, a GU in the form of a blood drop that doesn't seem very pretentious but could make someone extremely excited to discover that it is a rank 3 GU. However, this excitement would soon fade if they knew the GU's effect, which is only to create blood drops, essentially useless. At first, Chen Wei thought the same, using this GU simply as experimental material and also to gain a better understanding of how to refine GU to rank 3. But now he has found a much greater use for this GU, as refining material. For almost all purposes, this GU would be useless due to its effect that serves no purpose. But for refining, its effect doesn't matter much, as it will serve only as a legitimate rank 3 refining material whose main responsibility is to increase the overall quality of refining materials. So when the Solid Blood GU and Malleable Blood GU finish their absorption, Chen Wei quickly adds 3 Blood Drop GU, which would make anyone unaware of the cheap refining price of the GU cough blood to see him using 3 rank 3 GU for the refining of another rank 3 as if it were nothing, without even blinking. Well, now it's in the hands of luck. He says this, hoping that his great luck will take effect at this moment, upon which he depends. And this time his luck does not disappoint him when, after a few moments, he sees the two GU shining scarlet and spinning around each other, merging into a single GU exuding a strong rank 3 aura, appearing like a beetle of red color with an exoskeleton resembling armor. Ah, finally, rank 3 Blood Duke armor. Chen Wei murmurs as he activates the now rank 3 GU, which quickly creates armor around his body. This is armor made of scarlet blood, taking an imposing and threatening form that makes Chen Wei determine that he is several times stronger than the rank 2 counterpart, probably even among the strongest rank 3 GU in terms of defense. But considering that he used 3 rank 3 GU in the refining, this is to be expected. Ah, the advantage of the blood path is truly incredible. He murmurs with a smile on his face, knowing that this achievement is completely impossible with any other path that exists at this time. This advantage reaches the point where if for some reason Chen Wei were to find himself once in his life with only 1 GU amidst a hostile environment, he is confident in being able to use this advantage to quickly replenish his GU arsenal, something that perhaps only the soul path could compare to in the future. Ah, I need to rest a lot before moving on to do the same with the blood-cut GU. Suddenly, as he speaks to himself, Chen Wei hears a knock on the door of his refining room. "You can come in, Mayor." He knows she is the only one with access to his refining room who would come to see him at this late hour, so he quickly lets her in. You've had success in your refining, congratulations. Wang Mei quickly enters the refining room and sees Chen Wei holding a GU exuding a rank 3 aura while the blood armor around his body dissipates. She quickly approaches Chen Wei and wraps her arms around his neck while kissing him. "Now that you've finished your responsibilities with refining, will you fulfill your responsibilities with your wife, right?" Right, if I don't have decent offspring soon with such a beautiful wife, I'll be treated as a foolish and incapable man. Chen Wei speaks calmly as he looks at Wang Mei, who hears his words without blushing like a tomato as she would in the past. What about the kid's name? How about Fang Yuan? What do you think, Mayor?" Chen Wei speaks with a loving smile on his face, but inside his mind is on high alert as he observes and analyzes every tiny expression of Wang Mei. He and Fang Yuan sounds great as our child's name, and if it's a girl, which name would be? Wang Mei speaks innocently, taking Chen Wei's words as a normal conversation from her husband without knowing that he is now evaluating her expressions and tone of voice for any minimal abnormality. "Well, and you'll have to dedicate yourself a lot to your duties as a husband, for the kid." Before she could finish speaking, she is lifted up by Chen Wei, who carries her to the bedroom in a princess carry. "Well then, let's start quickly. Besides, I'm quite excited after my success in refining." Chen Wei continues to carry the now blushing Wang Mei towards their bedroom, while internally reviewing the fact that she did not show any strange attitudes. This again comes because he has been doing this kind of test frequently to confirm small doubts he has. Of course, he could simply ask her, because according to the oath they made, she couldn't lie. But Chen Wei, always a bit paranoid, wants some way to ensure that what Wang Mei says is really true, as he never knows if she might have some way of dealing with the oath and not have to obey it completely. Well, either way, Chen Wei plans to confront her directly about this in the future when he has means to verify for sure whether what she says is a lie or the truth. Squeak squeak, a small brown furred rat, dirty from both soil and dark red blood, agonizes almost silently on top of a table since the small rodent doesn't move its body even a bit, as if even the slightest movement were an impossible task to be done amidst the agonizing pain. In front of the rat, experiencing a painful and agonizing death on a cold table, stands a young man with a pair of blue eyes who, faced with what is happening before him, only exudes complete coldness and indifference as if the rat's death meant nothing to him or had nothing to do with him. Not even lived 30 seconds. I wonder what it would be like for a rank 3 GU master. Chen Wei murmurs calmly while inspecting the body of the dead rat, paying close attention to its chest, which has a small cut made by Chen Wei. This was the effect of the rank 1 version of this GU, from all indications, it's single use, and I don't imagine that will change at rank 2. Chen Wei takes the heart out of the rat's chest and delicately evaluates it with surgical precision that could impress other GU masters who also do experiments. I imagine I don't even have a good way to deal with this. In the midst of the rat's heart, there's a small GU worm that appears as a parasite full of long tentacles that coiled and pierced the rat's heart, sucking almost all the blood passing through it to heart as food for the GU, which now that the rat has died also has its lifespan counted. The GU seems quite malnourished, probably because of the little and poor quality blood this rat has. He compares the rank 1 GU within the rat's heart to the one he has stored in his aperture, which is rank 2, and compared to the rat's heart, it seems much larger and stronger in vitality. Well, in theory, if it has enough blood to drink, it should reach the top of rank 1. Chen Wei takes the GU in his hands and squeezes it hard, causing the GU to die in just a moment as if it were just a common insect, which is not surprising since the same could happen even with an immortal GU. You will soon realize the mistake of letting your blood fall into the hands of a blood path cultivator. These words that come out of Chen Wei's mouth as he observes the GU in his aperture are not without reason. As for the refinement of this GU to be successful, it's necessary to use the target's blood in the refinement. Besides, the GU also needs to be inserted into the heart through a cut in the body, preferably in the chest where it would be easier for the GU to find its way to the heart and do its job with dedication since for it, this is like a feast. This GU has an effect that reminds me of the woman's heart GU, since its refinement and nurturing occur together, let's call it heart parasite. Chen Wei declares as he looks at the main GU in his plan against Piercer of the Heavens. Certainly, despite being the main GU for him in his future plan, this is not the strongest GU that Chen Wei has. Just recently, in the first 2 months of the new year, he advanced 2 of his GU to rank 3, these being the Blood Duke Armor GU and Blood Slaughter Cut. With the latter of these taking 2 attempts since unfortunately, he had a failure in the last phase, but fortunately, as it was his vital GU, it wasn't destroyed, which would not being a problem for Chen Wei who has plenty of wealth and blood path GU tend to be quite cheap for refinement so he could fail dozens of times without any problem with resource spending. Other than that, he had no problems because as the refinement process of the Blood Slaughter Cut is extremely similar to that of the Blood Duke Armor with the only differences being that the blood used was from beasts recognized for their strong attacks and sharp fangs unlike the GU that were used as assistants in refining apart from the Blood Drop GU were all different. Well, I still have 3.5 months before having to enter the battlefield, and this would be a good time to expand my arsenal of GU and to try to refine another rank 3 GU if lucky. Chen Wei thinks as he starts his experiments again on the effects, qualities, and disadvantages of the heart parasite as well as trying to use his inspirations in the use of this GU for possible new GU. Months later, Lord Elder, the frontline scouts have informed us about the Heian clan's troop assembly for a possible major advance against our frontline. A GU master wearing a white combat robe enters a hall and announces as he bows respectfully before giving information path GU to the elder to whom he came to report. The Heian clan is indeed at a higher level than others in terms of combat strength. Piercer of the Heavens says with a grim expression as he analyzes the information contained in the GU handed to him. If only we had managed to take full advantage of the opportunity we had, but here we are again in a static war being slowly pressed by the enemy. He speaks with anger on his face as he uses an information path GU to send orders to his subordinates to reinforce the defenses as well as to notify the clan's future needs for reinforcements if possible. And in the end, what did we achieve? Only great casualties for Pyrrhic victories that left us with a complicated frontline to defend. The GU master who came to give the information path GU to Piercer of the Heavens hears him speaking with great anger as he slams his hand on the table. He himself has similar opinions to those of the elder but would never dare to say them out loud like him, much less do so while cursing the incompetence of the clan, which could make a mere rank 2 GU master like him be brought to court-martial for insubordination and betrayal to the clan if it reached the ears of his superiors. Sigh, anyway, do you have information from the clan about the advances of the potential new elders? He asks while trying to calm his spirits, which become irritated when he thinks about the deplorable state of the Fengji and Xiangmao clans in this war. Yes, Lord Elder. We've had some breakthroughs in small realms but no breakthroughs to rank 3 except for the last 2 which are common knowledge in the clan. The GU master says directly and disciplined as expected of him before handing over to Piercer of the Heavens a GU with more detailed information about who made advances and when, which is only available to elders and those responsible for distributing information on the frontline. Not a single new rank 3 to help on the frontline. The Heian clan has already had 5 entering the frontline. In fact, counting this one, it's 6 more than our other 2 clans combined. At this rate, we'll end up going to the abyss of destruction under the pressure of our enemies. Piercer of the Heavens speaks with a worried expression on his face as he sees the future prospects of his clan seem increasingly worse. His conclusion that the Heian clan would have a new clan elder to enter the battlefield doesn't come from another source or is an bad assumption of his, it's just the logical conclusion that anyone fighting on the battlefield would reach after seeing the size of the offensive being prepared. Since offensives of this scale at this point in the war need to be led by an elder of rank 3, since logically, this type of offensive would focus on large enemy bases like the one E's in, and all bases of this size are guarded by at least one rank 3 elder who is ready for combat at any time. And since at this point all the elders from all sides, even the recently advanced ones, have made themselves known, and as the war is in a phase of static frontlines with all the rank 3s of the 3 clans on the frontlines being in charge of a place of defense or attack, the fact that a new attack is being made without him receiving the information from an enemy elder leaving his post or from a wounded elder returning from rest, the first alternative that came to his mind, of course, a new elder. Well, you can withdraw in G, but before he could finish giving his order to the GU master responsible for passing on information, the door to the hall opens quickly as another GU master enters and bows quickly before him. Dear Elder, sorry to interrupt your meeting, but new information from the frontline has arrived. The elder responsible for this attack is Heian Chen Wei, who has recently had his official advancement to elder. While still bowing before Piercer of the Heavens, he quickly hands over an information path. GU Chen Wei, Chen Ming, seems like your little brother wants to come after me. I'll love to make sure he finds you at the door of life and death, but before that, I'll make him suffer a lot. Piercer of the Heavens has a hateful expression and a cruel smile on his face as he declares these words amidst murmurs. Although he achieved his revenge against Chen Ming after killing him, the price he paid was extremely high, with him now having fallen to the initial stage of rank 3 and with his talent also having fallen to now be that of AB grade, and the worst part is that he couldn't fulfill his wish to get Chen Ming's dead body so he could put his head on a stake as he had promised himself. But now that Chen Wei is coming to him, this seems like an opportunity sent from the heavens for him to achieve an even greater revenge and to get rid of the grievances and frustrations he has in his heart. So without even losing a bit of time, he dismisses the 2 GU masters who brought the information to him while personally checking the preparations being made by his subordinates with the greatest excitement that only someone who wants to see the death of his enemy as he can have. Fortunately for his will, not long after they had finished most of the defensive arrangements, he was alerted to Chen Wei's arrival. Chen Wei's paw. It seems they've already finished most of the preparations, what a pity. Chen Wei speaks calmly as he observes from a distance a large fortified base of the Fengji clan. He is now leading a large attack group that was assigned to him after he demonstrated his combat strength particularly to the elders and leader of the clan, as well as presented the plan to kill Piercer of the Heavens in this attack. Well, leader, it would be strange if they didn't notice the movement of such a large army and didn't prepare. Huangbi, who is by his side acting as his right hand, gives his sincere opinion as always. Yes, but a man can dream, right? Chen Wei speaks calmly without much formality, since despite being an elder now, he is already an old teammate of Huangbi. In fact, it's not only Huangbi who follows him on this attack, but all the old members of his team are in the midst of the crowd of GU masters, except for Chen Ming and Zhen Fu, who both died in the attack on Piercer of the Heavens. Well, let's get things started, shall we? Chen Wei speaks with a calm tone that would make people even question if he knows he's going into battle. But his next actions would prove that he knows very well what to do when he extends a hand from which small drops of blood fall before quickly transforming into a large spear made entirely of dark red blood. He and Ma Fei, one of Chen Wei's subordinates since they were both in the clan academy, looks with admiration at the strength of an elder who was once one of his classmates. But before he could continue admiring Chen Wei's strength, he throws the spear towards the enemy's stronghold at a speed that is almost impossible to catch with the naked eye. So in the time it takes for a person to blink, the spear thrown by Chen Wei is stuck to a wall of the stronghold, and along with the spear, a GU master from the Fengji clan who was impaled in his stomach. Arg, quickly healers, help. The impaled rank 2 GU master has a shocked expression in his eyes as he looks at the spear that broke through his defense as if it were as soft as butter, but as a veteran of the front lines, this is not the first time he has suffered such a serious injury, so at least he maintains the composure that a rookie could never achieve. Damn, quick you ba, arg, arrg, ah. But soon in just a few moments, the GU master who maintained composure even though he was impaled begins to scream desperately as if he were undergoing great torture while he starts to unsuccessfully to try remove the spear from his stomach while tears flow from his eyes as if they were endless. Arg, ah, eh. In a few more moments, his screams that filled the stronghold ended as the lifeless body stopped moving, giving a frightening image mainly because of his veins that are all visible while they seem to be filled with a black blood that is now dripping from his eyes, nose, and mouth and from the wound in the GU master's stomach. But far from all this happening, but also the person responsible for it, Chen Wei, doesn't give the slightest importance to the GU master who died but has his eyes focused on just one person who also has his eyes on Chen Wei. This person, of course, is Piercer of the Heavens, who learned of his attack because of the commotion he caused. Thus, hundreds of meters away, two men who are widely recognized by everyone on Longshan Mountain and who will decide the fate of this battle look at each other, both with the deepest hatred in their eyes. Hello guys, I'm here again to recommend two new fanfics by Reverend Insanity. Both for now only have one chapter, but if that number doesn't increase I'll beat up the authors personally. The first is Reverend Insanity, Phantom Spirit by Kamul. Well, firstly the Phantom Path is cool, secondly I created the cover art so it's even cooler. The second Reverend Insanity, The Rule Path's Inheritance by Red Lotus Venerable. Well, this one has to be cool because Rule Path is my favorite, so if they take this one away I'll be personally sad. And I also hope you enjoyed today's chapter since I spent a lot of time writing it. While Chen Wei keeps his gaze towards the stronghold relentlessly without diverting his attention even for a mere moment, several Earth Path GU masters behind him put their hands on the ground in formation simultaneously with impressive coordination for those watching the whole process. Quickly, the ground beneath the Feng Ji clan's stronghold begins to form large cracks at a breathtaking speed. If these fissures were to continue forming at this speed, it wouldn't take long for the structure of the fortress to collapse on itself. But that wouldn't happen. In fact, it wouldn't even come close to happening, since in less than a moment after the cracks on the ground began, they were swiftly stopped by the efforts of several Earth Path GU masters from the Feng Ji clan who are now also in formation while keeping their hands on the ground. Ah, this war has truly become static, Chen Wei remarks, looking at the method that was quickly countered by the enemy, but this doesn't surprise this. This method they just used may seem impressive and innovative to those outside of Longshan Mountain, and Chen Wei even bets that it was when they first started using it, but now after years of war, this is a completely known method both by them and the enemy. But despite becoming a known tactic that inevitably makes it quickly countered when used on the battlefield, it is still extremely necessary as it keeps the Earth Path GU masters of the enemy occupied while invading the fortress. Well, of course, the same goes for the allied Earth Path GU masters, but as the main advantage of the Earth Path is in defense, this is a trade-off worth it for those who attack strongholds. Wind Path GU masters, stand by at full readiness. Chen Wei orders with a serious tone while looking at Piercer of the Heavens. Of course, Chen Wei himself believes he has the strength to win against him in a fair fight, but there is no reason to proceed with the mindset of making it a fair fight since from the beginning of this war, the cries of honor and justice were quickly suppressed by those who shouted in disgust after being forced to fight against various enemies at the same time or killed by sneak attacks from behind. Men, be prepared, for today you shall work tirelessly like butchers. Chen Wei speaks. Meanwhile, inside the fortress, several GU masters are around the body belonging to the GU master who was killed by Chen Wei while trying to figure out what caused him to die so quickly while screaming in pain. Is this some kind of poison he put on this lance? A healing GU master beside the corpse speaks to his companion. Probably, but it could also be a particular effect of this blood lance. He is now holding the lance while trying to use investigative methods to find out which poison was used on it so they can seek an antidote quickly. These blood methods that the Heian clan recently started using are really troublesome. I even think the elder who is attacking us now is the Kree. But before he could finish his words, he is interrupted by the blood lance exploding into a puddle of blood that did nothing more than stain everything around it with blood without causing any damage. This lance seems to have a longer time to stay solid compared to water lances but still breaks down over time unlike ice lances. But before he could finish, he is interrupted again as if the universe were conspiring to prevent him from finishing his sentences. Arj. Arranged by. But unfortunately for him, what interrupted him at this moment is not the blood lance becoming an innocuous puddle of blood but rather a piercing pain he feels in his abdomen that grows stronger with each passing moment as if a beast were attacking him. Arg. He grits his teeth as he looks at his stomach only to see a creature made of blood biting and tearing at his stomach as if it were nothing, easily breaking through the defenses of his rank 1 copper skin GU, which is his defensive GU. Shit. The GU master screams in pain as he tries to punch the blood creature that is gnawing at his belly, but before his blow could land, the creature had already made a hole large enough in his belly and entered his body. What the hell is this? Mo-Ri. The healing GU master next to him shouts in panic when he sees his teammate lying on the ground screaming in pain for a few moments before stopping completely. Damn it. What creature was that? He quickly activates his offensive GU in preparation as he looks at his teammate's body, which is as white as paper and completely drained as if all his blood had been sucked from his body. For him, these few moments that were the most tense of his life passed as if they were hours as he and several GU masters around him looked at the corpse before unleashing their attacks with full force, with no concern for the integrity of the corpse of one of their teammates. But as if they sensed the imminent danger, 5 small blood creatures quickly jump out of the dead GU master's body and advance towards the various GU masters surrounding the body and trying to kill the blood creatures. In just a few moments, the small creatures reach the GU masters, most of them with no serious injuries, with only one having died due to a lucky strike from one of the Feng Ji clan's GU masters. Of course, don't look at this as if all members of the Feng Ji clan were incompetent or as if they had weak attack power, but rather because the place where they are now is the medical area located in the rear of the fortress, so none of the GU masters here are skilled in attack, with most of them still at rank 1. Shit. Someone call for more reinforcements from the frontline fighters. A GU master shouts in desperation while fighting off 2 bloody creatures at the same time, which by this point have filled his body with serious wounds and cuts. So far, only a few moments have passed since these creatures appeared in the infirmary, but in this short moment, their numbers have grown from just 1 to now be just over 24 of them, and worst of all for those fighting them is that these beasts seem to have the ability to become stronger by taking blood, with some of them now demonstrating the strength of a rank 2 beast. Sir, they said that these few reinforcements they sent us were all they could, if not, the frontline may end up collapsing in Arg. A young GU master who went to fetch reinforcements quickly responds, but in the midst of his sentence, a rank 2 strength blood creature jumps and bites his jugular, killing him instantly. Help! Someone help me! The GU master who previously saw himself fighting against 2 bloody creatures now finds himself surrounded and not only by 3 of these creatures but 7 now, as the death of the young man gave life to 4 more of these beasts who quickly attack him all at once, giving him a quick and cruel death. Chen Wei stands quietly in the rear of his troops. Someone looking at him could question his dedication to this attack, but this is a common conduct of elders who remain still during the initial period of combat while hindering the movement of the enemy elder who also does the same as him. My attack on the enemy rear was incredibly successful. I imagine they are now in great despair. Chen Wei looks at the GU masters attacking the fortification walls constantly while advancing non-stop, taking advantage of a large number of GU masters having to retreat to deal with the problem in the rear, greatly weakening the defense of the Feng Ji clan. This is the power of a new method. With just one attack, a single person, caused damage that not even that bunch of Earth Path GU masters could come close to achieving. He looks at the Feng Ji clan's frontline, which is becoming weaker and weaker against the constant attack of the Heian clan, mainly because a large part of their healers are either dead or fighting for their lives, which is a great disadvantage. Well, there's not much they can do against the rank 3 blood creature horde GU, even now that they know of its existence. Exactly the chaos and death created in the rear of the Heian clan was caused by the attack of a rank 3 GU. I wonder what they'll do when a rank 3 creature appears. Chen Wei has a firm look on his face as he imagines that at this moment it will be a bloodbath that could take the lives of all the GU masters in that fortress. And this bloodbath could be even greater since for now Chen Wei's soul is limited with one rank 3 creature being the limit he can effectively control, so he still doesn't have the capacity to use the full strength of this GU, but to their misfortune, the same limit does not apply to rank 1 and rank 2 creatures since they will all be commanded by the rank 3 creature, so it won't even cause the slightest pressure on Chen Wei's soul. Amidst these thoughts, Chen Wei's gaze is focused on Piercer of the Heavens, who has a complicated expression on his face while sweat drips from his forehead. He is also looking at Chen Wei, but his eyes now holds a hatred that burns like an endless fire, much greater than before. Chen Wei guesses that this is because of the attack in the rear, which he imagines must be causing a huge number of deaths due to the number of bloody creatures under his control, which now number in the hundreds and continue to increase rapidly. But Piercer of the Heavens cannot withdraw from his position to go help them because that would leave the fortress's frontline exposed to be attacked by Chen Wei with full force, but he also cannot transfer GU masters from the fortress's frontline to go to the rear because the frontline is on the brink of collapse, so even the slightest change could determine the end of this battle. Chen Wei imagines that now he is encouraging his men to fight using an information path GU while waiting for reinforcements, but even that is not feasible since the He and clan just now started a large-scale attack primarily focused on the areas near Chen Wei, so he won't have large numbers of reinforcements available. And even these reinforcement numbers will be largely ambushed along the way by nothing less than bloody creatures that can easily detect them because of their blood, besides being controlled by GU masters of the He and clan who are loyal subordinates of Chen family. Well, aside from all that, this battle alone must be a precarious situation for him since this attack of mine is like a compound killer move in a way. Of course, this is just a comparison because Chen Wei's attack was neither a killer move nor a compound type. But even so, the logic was similar because it started with Chen Wei using blood drop GU to create blood, and amidst this blood he hid the rank 3 blood creature horde GU, and when he created the blood spear using the rank 2 soldier blood spear GU he mixed with the blood with the rank 3 GU in the spear. Thus, the spear after being attacked quickly killed the enemy GU master using the rank 1 poisoned blood, which allows any blood attack to poison someone if it comes into contact with the person's bloodstream, before soon dissolving while leaving a pool of blood perfectly for the blood creature to be born after Chen Wei activates the GU. Of course, in this process, he was also lucky that the spear was taken along with the corpse to the fortress's medical area, since in his original plan where this didn't happen he would simply make so that the blood creature went to the infirmary, which would risk it being killed on the way, but because of his luck this didn't even need to be done, and this all led to the current situation. It seems he realized he won't be receiving reinforcements, so he'll come with everything he has. Chen Wei thinks calmly as he sees Piercer of the Heavens raising his hand and pointing it in his direction, which not long ago would make him quickly activate a movement GU and quickly move from his place, but now he stands calmly still without moving at all. Mortal killer move, wind that pierces the heavens. Chen Wei quickly sees a strong wind coming, piercing through everything in its path towards him with an unimaginable force and speed that would make any normal GU master tremble in fear, even though it was constantly weakened by air funnels made by He and clan GU masters. Mortal killer move, Blood Beast armor. In less than a moment, an armor made of dark red blood forms around Chen Wei's body. This armor has a wild shape with its surface appearing like the fur of an animal, which gives Chen Wei a barbaric appearance, especially with the wolf-headed helmet. But without leaving time for everyone to appreciate how cool this armor looks, the killer move coming towards him hits Chen Wei head-on. Boom! A loud pounding sound rings in everyone's ears as if choreographed. They all turn their heads at the same time to see Chen Wei's situation, which to the surprise of the vast majority did not even flinch while standing with his body and armor intact. Well, here begins your last battle. Chen Wei murmurs while looking with a serious and stern look towards Piercer of the Heavens. Without wanting to waste any more time, Chen Wei quickly shoots several blood arrows towards Piercer of the Heavens, who advances fiercely against him with a killing intent in his eyes that could even make a brave warrior feel a bit nervous. But for Chen Wei, this doesn't apply at all as he calmly continues to shoot blood arrows in the path of the Piercer of the Heavens to force his advance to follow a non-direct route, as he dodges all the blood arrows instead of simply letting them hit his defense. Piercer of the Heavens' decision is not because his defenses are weak enough to be broken by these blood arrows, but because he prefers to continue his high agility and speed of attack and movement fighting style, which is a specialty of the wind path. So, as soon as he reaches a medium distance from Chen Wei, he stops his advance, as this is the ideal combat distance in his combat system, which has more explosive force and shorter range attacks compared to the rest of the GU masters cultivating Wind Path in the Fengji clan who fight from long distance. Now that he is at his preferred distance, Piercer of the Heavens quickly begins his exchange of attacks with Chen Wei, but the latter doesn't take a moment before deciding to advance with all his strength while ignoring the attacks coming at him, letting his armor take all of them. This action caught Piercer of the Heavens by surprise since subconsciously he still underestimates Chen Wei a bit, so he expected him to dodge these attacks as he himself did before, so Chen Wei's contrary action left him off guard for a few moments. Mortal Killer Move, Bloody Sword Killer Cut. Of course, this moment lasted less than a few seconds since Piercer of the Heavens is not a novice on the battlefield. But unfortunately for him, his enemy is also not a novice, so these few seconds were more than enough for him to now face Chen Wei, who has a sword made of blood right in front of him as he swings it towards his chest. Mortal Killer Move, Blade Hurricane. Unlike his battle against Chen Ming, this defensive killer move is activated perfectly and without any flaws that would lead to him receiving a strong backlash like last time, as obviously he didn't spend these last months doing nothing, with one of his focuses being to learn rank 3 killer moves available in the Fengji clan, compatible with his fighting style. So, in less than a few moments, two famous rank 3 killer moves clash directly in a battle that will be a testament to which of the two is a greater demonstration of strength and geniality. Then, in a few moments under everyone's gaze, the Blade Hurricane wavers under the relentless cuts that keep coming and connect with Piercer of the Heavens, defense. These were the attacks that Chen Wei makes with his Bloody Sword Killer Cut, which now, being at rank 3, has several times more power, allowing him to win this exchange of killer moves and even make a decent cut on Piercer of the Heavens' stomach. Shit, how is this possible? Is he already in the middle stage? He quickly thinks while most of his attention and focus are now on dodging the cuts that Chen Wei is making with a blood-made sword in his hand, which without him knowing is no longer a killer move but a rank 2 GU. However, considering the short distance they are at and that his strongest defense method is currently unavailable, it also poses a great threat to him. Shit, did he acquire a silver relic GU or cultivate to this point? As he desperately tries to retreat, this thought crosses his mind constantly. Neither of these alternatives seems very logical, as the silver relic GU is extremely rare and even in normal times, it is extremely difficult to get one. But now, in times of war like they are in, obtaining one is nearly impossible since merchant caravans have completely stopped coming to Longshan Mountain, with only small smugglers or demonic GU masters trying their luck. These demonic GU masters trying to infiltrate the clans would eventually lead to one rank 2 demonic GU masters being captured by the Fengji clan, and when his aperture was inspected by one of the GU masters from the clan leader's faction, he found a silver relic GU resting peacefully at the bottom of the GU master's primeval sea, like a gift from the heavens that would end up in his hands after some time. But even this alternative, which seems unlikely at first glance to Piercer of the Heavens, is more probable than the second possibility, which is that in just 6 months, Chen Wei not only refined 2 rank 3 GU but also created a new killer move, all while advancing his cultivation at a record pace to rank 3, which generally takes years to advance through small realms. Of course, it's entirely possible that Chen Wei has been at rank 3 for longer than 6 months, as his wedding ceremony took place then, revealing his cultivation to the entire Heian clan, as the elders and clan leader planned to boost the clan's morale using the newly ascended rank 3 Chen Wei as a pivot, so information about his advancement quickly reached the other 2 clans as well. No, to have advanced to rank 3 in the time he did is extremely impressive, it's impossible for him to have done it even faster. Piercer of the Heavens shoots several wind needles against Chen Wei while trying to create an opportunity for himself to decrease the distance, but the needles hit the armor and do not inflict any damage before dissipating. Fuck the middle stage. If you wonder how he knows Chen Wei's cultivation rank, this is one of the 2 reasons, as both the strength of Chen Wei's attacks and his armor are much higher than he would expect from an initial stage rank 3, as well as all his attacks exuding an aura of middle stage primeval essence, which he knows deeply as he has been at this cultivation rank in the past. Of course, he didn't notice this at first while he was just dodging the blood arrows or while attacking Chen Wei from afar. But now, after receiving the full force of Chen Wei's killer move, this fact has become obvious to his experienced eyes. Damn, I need to increase the distance, it's just a matter of time until I lose if I stay like this. With this thought, Piercer of the Heavens quickly uses a GU that, in less than a moment, increases the distance between him and Chen Wei several times after he rapidly steps back. But he doesn't stop there, as Chen Wei can still decrease this distance, so he quickly uses a GU that creates a large barrier of air in front of Chen Wei, preventing his advance as well as his attacks. He didn't use this GU before because it's single-use and difficult to refine, so he doesn't want to waste it, especially when this barrier has an extremely convenient effect for him, as it prevents the majority of cutting attacks, which are Chen Wei's main methods, but at the same time has almost no defense against piercing methods, which are Piercer of the Heavens, main methods, so this wind barrier gives him a great advantage. Your pathetic cuts won't work, Blood Prince, he says with a smirk on his face while waiting for his primeval essence to recover to a point where he can use the wind that pierces the heavens against Chen Wei. But this arrogant smile quickly freezes on his face when he sees Chen Wei extending his hand forward in a way he is quite familiar with. Mortal killer move, heaven-piercing blood. Piercer of the Heavens, eyes widen like never before as he desperately activates all the defensive methods he has while feeling for the first time the overwhelming oppression that he made several GU masters feel over the years. So, to his own misfortune, even before he can use all the defensive methods he has, he feels a great piercing force hitting his chest, quickly destroying most of his defenses and causing a large wound on his chest, as well as throwing him hundreds of meters back with the force of the impact. After finally landing on the ground after flying for hundreds of meters, Piercer of the Heavens staggers as he struggles to remain standing with great difficulty. He copied my killer move, and made it stronger. He can easily compare the offensive capability of this killer move that just hit him head-on with the wind that pierces the heavens and has to admit that Chen Wei's version is stronger. He imagines this is due to several factors, such as the cultivation of rank 3 middle stage, as well as the characteristic of Chen Wei's blood attacks always having great attack power, as well as the wind path having the characteristic of an attack taking time to exert its full force, like a hurricane that becomes stronger over time, but since the wind that pierces the heavens doesn't follow this logic and shoots with full force instead of accumulating force along the way, this killer move ends up sacrificing part of its offensive power for speed of attack. Of course, there's a variable that Piercer of the Heavens didn't take into consideration, which is this killer move using a new rank 3 GU created by Chen Wei, Almighty Piercing Blood, based on the rank 1 Piercing Blood that he had created a long time ago but never used in real combat. This is the opportunity I needed. Chen Wei, without wasting any time, pretends to activate the Bloody Sword Killer Cut when a large blood sword appears in his hands, the effect of the Soldier Blood Sword GU, as he quickly advances and swings it towards Piercer of the Heavens' head. As expected, Chen Wei laughs heartily as he sees a large white crystal wall appearing in the path of the blood sword, preventing it from hitting Piercer of the Heavens. This is the effect of a rare defensive GU and probably one of the Piercer of the Heavens' trump cards. But that was never Chen Wei's goal anyway, so he just drops the blood sword while doing a 180 degrees turn and puts his right hand on Piercer of the Heavens' chest, who is still greatly wounded and was caught off guard by Chen Wei's feint, so he can't avoid this action. But, in less than a moment after realizing Chen Wei's feint and perceiving the possible danger that his hand on his chest represents, Piercer of the Heavens desperately retreats with all his strength, but to his surprise, Chen Wei simply stands still in the same place with a simple smile on his face, not bothering to pursue him. This unusual action leaves Piercer of the Heavens greatly worried as he begins to frantically check his body for any kind of attack he may not have noticed, but still finds nothing, which doesn't resolve his worry. Even though he reached the rear of the fort without any interference from Chen Wei, who is now fighting on the front lines, killing GU masters from the Feng Ji clan as if cutting grass or slaughtering animals for the slaughter, his heart is heavier than if Chen Wei had chased him along the way. Shit, I have to get back to the front lines soon. Piercer of the Heavens grits his teeth as he looks at the situation on the front lines while trying to heal and recover his primeval essence as quickly as possible to return to the fight, as if he doesn't do that, the fort will definitely fall by Chen Wei's hands. Damn it, I can't wait any longer. I'm going back, Piercer of the Heavens says, leaving a healing GU master, one of the few remaining who was helping him, very surprised since his physical condition was still precarious. But shortly after he uses a movement GU and takes no more than 3 steps, he falls to his knees, which makes a healer GU master advance to him. Elder, your condition is not suitable for entering combat yet. Piercer of the Heavens, for his part, doesn't even bother to respond to the GU master as he has a shocked expression on his face because he knows that this wasn't the effect of his wounds but rather a strong pressure he is feeling on his heart that becomes stronger with each moment he tries to use a GU or make a great physical effort. Damn it, is this what he did, and is this why he didn't pursue me after having the chance to kill me? Piercer of the Heavens looks at Chen Wei, who at this point has broken through the Feng Ji clan's front line and is now killing GU masters of Feng Ji clan who are desperately trying to flee amidst the chaotic situation as if he was cutting grass. I'm a failure to the clan. Piercer of the Heavens shouts angrily as he finds himself unable to do anything against Chen Wei's actions, as the more he tries to activate his GU, the stronger the sensation of something squeezing and piercing his heart becomes while draining his strength. Seeing that the situation is hopeless, he decisively uses all his strength to use a GU, even though this caused the pain in his chest to become unbearable. He needed to do this or he would end up captured by the Heian clan, which would be much worse than death or this pain for him. Arg. So, after using a willpower he didn't even know he had, he manages to use the Rescue Wind GU, when wind descends from the sky and lifts him into the air before quickly crossing the sky as he retreats at great speeds towards the Feng Ji clan. Farewell, old friend, I wish you a good death. As Piercer of the Heavens retreats on his own, he hears Chen Wei's shout declaring his retreat aloud to completely destroy the morale of the few GU masters who still had the will to resist the Heian clan. As Piercer of the Heavens retreats, he can't shake off the feeling of defeat and shame. Each gust of wind that propels him away from the battlefield only adds to his despair. He knows that his failure will haunt him for the rest of his days. Meanwhile, on the front lines, Chen Wei continues his relentless assault, his movements fluid and precise as he dispatches enemy after enemy. He feels the thrill of battle coursing through his veins, his senses heightened as he revels in the chaos around him. But amidst the carnage, there is a sense of satisfaction knowing that he is one step closer to victory. As the dust settles and the battle draws to a close, Chen Wei stands victorious, his enemies defeated and scattered. But even in his moment of triumph, he knows that the war is far from over. Lord Clan Leader, I've tried everything, but even with the legendary rank 4 GU, World Healing Breeze, I could only manage to delay Louis' death. An old man with gray hair, using a cane to stand, speaks to Clan Leader of Feng Ji clan in a low and respectful tone. Damn it, how can a damn rank 4 GU do nothing against a mere rank 2 GU? Clan Leader Feng Ji says with a furious voice before punching the wall hard, causing the few people around to feel pressure and fear amid the fury of a rank 4 GU master. Even knowing that this GU is in Louis' heart, we can't do anything. The tone of the clan leader still carries great hatred and fury, but a large part of it is now replaced by despair and melancholy. All the other people in the room remain silent, afraid of receiving the clan leader's fury directly if they even make the slightest noise at this moment. Regardless of everyone in this room being members of the same family, no one wants to provoke more anger from an already furious rank 4 GU master. Of course, this is completely justified fury, as everyone in the room can imagine how painful it must be for a father to see his son lying in bed suffering endlessly for several days while slowly dying, and as a father, you can do nothing to save your son or alleviate his pain completely, only being able to delay his death for a few days. Lord Clan Leader, I understand your anger, but there's nothing Healing GU can do to deal with this new Met. When the old healer, who is the most qualified in the Feng Ji clan, begins to explain again, he is cut off by the furious look of the clan leader, which seems to say that if the old man continued speaking, he would die before he could blink. Sigh. The old man sighs before bowing his head slowly and walking to the door of the room, withdrawing to wait outside with other elders who no longer have the ability to enter the battlefield, as everyone who can is trying to hold the front line, which is now in a precarious situation. Ah, it's been 4 days already. According to that bastard, he won't last a week no matter what we do. If that's the case, I'll personally key. Inside the recovery room, the clan leader begins another of his furious rants before being interrupted. Lu Bai, stop this and come stand by our son's side now. There are very few people in all of Longwushan Mountain who would have the courage to speak out against Lu Bai, the clan leader of Feng Ji clan, so few that even this person who spoke now, his wife, was not one of them, but he guesses that in the face of a mother's pain in losing her son, the fear of provoking him doesn't seem very significant. But even after hearing such a huge insult against him, Lu Bai doesn't have a rage outburst, but instead, with a heavy expression on his face, he walks to the side of Lu Wei, who is lying in bed surrounded by 4 women, one his mother, another his wife, and the other 2 his sisters. I'm sorry, my son, your father is truly useless, unable to even save you. In the eyes of the world, his son is the powerful and fearless piercer of the heavens, but to him, as a father, his son is just a child despite his fame and power, and now seeing his son in such a situation without being able to do anything brings a feeling of helplessness that is rare for a rank 4 GU master. And it's not like he hasn't tried everything to save Lu Wei, because he tried everything within his capacity. In fact, his first attempt was to reach an agreement with his son's executioner, the infamous Blood Prince, so that he could explain how to cure Lu Wei in exchange for various resources or Feng Ji clan yielding positions on the front line. At first, he even thought this was possible when he received an information path GU from the Blood Prince, which he presumed would have the demands for a means to cure Lu Wei. So, as he mentally prepared for the extortion he would receive, as he read the GU. But after seeing the content of the GU, his mood was even worse than he expected because the content of the GU was not demands made by the Blood Prince, but rather him explaining not so detailedly which GU he used, what its effect was, besides saying that the GU was in Lu Wei's heart and that he wouldn't have more than a week to live, going so far as to describe now in detail the process of pain and suffering he would go through during that time. In the GU, the Blood Prince says that he sent the GU just as an act of his own will, as he wanted the piercer of the heavens to know the reason for his death and how much pain he would have to endure, but the clan leader knows that this is an attempt to make him lose his composure and end up making foolish decisions in the war that is already in a precarious situation. Mother, I'm sorry, for making you worry so much, Arg. Lu Wei speaks with difficulty in a state of half-consciousness, half-hallucination, as the pain he has been enduring these past days hasn't allowed him even a few moments of rest. His mother, who is holding his hand by his side, has tears in her eyes as she tries to comfort him, as well as his sisters and wife doing the same, while the clan leader remains silent. Pav elders outside the room. It's really a pity to see such a talented young man with a bright future like Lu Wei go like this. An old man who appears common and seems to be around 70 years old but is easily identified by his wooden leg and arm, which move perfectly as if it were a mechanic prosthetic. What is the effect of a GU? I think Elder Lauda is being too pessimistic. I believe heaven has our concerns in mind and will help us, Kai Bo, a short old man of no more than 160 centimeters, says, trying to increase the positivity of the other elders in the corridor. Unfortunately, I don't think that will be the case, Elder Bai XO, and now, with the constant and relentless advance of Clan Hien, Lu Wei's health won't even be our main concern. GU, the old healer who was responsible for trying to cure Lu Wei, says, but even after using a treasure passed down by his family for generations, they couldn't solve the problem that is causing Lu Wei's horrible fate. Since I was responsible for Lu Wei's healing, I saw the information on how the GU is in his heart. As the old man speaks, all the elders irrelevant in how they feel in this situation listen attentively. Even if we don't know how the GU works, I imagine that healing Lu Wei won't serve any purpose if we don't destroy the GU, but that much is impossible when the GU is in his heart. This young Blood Prince is truly a genius, not only for creating the GU but also for this strategy. Amidst the silence after GU's explanation, a murmur that made all the elders nervous to hear. The elders don't even need to imagine who the crazy one was who publicly praised the assassin of the clan leader's son as if it were something normal to do because everyone recognizes the voice of an old man who appears to be in his 90s while sitting comfortably in an armchair. If he had just killed Lu Wei, what would he gain? Revenge fulfilled and a rank 4 coming to kill him, but now he managed to make this rank 4 paralyzed besides spending a bunch of valuable resources as if there were no tomorrow. Meanwhile, he also gives his enemy a much slower and more painful death. Simply brilliant. All the elders try their best to distance themselves from the old man in the armchair, as they know they don't have the same level of power to say such things without being punished. In fact, just being close to the old man can end up getting them punished. The reason why the old man won't be punished is because of something that dates back to his youth, because at that time, when he was just another mortal living in one of the villages belonging to the Fengji clan, he was lucky enough to find an inheritance that awakened his aperture, allowing him to cultivate up to rank 3. As it gave him the rank 3 crazy thinker GU, which greatly increased his intelligence and insight but also made him a bit crazy. So soon after this discovery, the young Lu company did what only a madman would do, and instead of cultivating in secret until he became strong enough, he actually went to the Fengji clan and demanded that they hire his services to find more inheritances of this kind of inheritance. Of course, under any normal circumstances, this would only end with his death, but as everyone on Longshan Mountain knows, the inheritance Lu company found was special and rare because anyone who tried to steal the inheritance from the one who found it would not only go mad but also have a terrible fate. Now this doesn't explain why the clan leader hasn't killed him, since the few rank 2 and 3 inheritances he helped find throughout his life wouldn't save him from Lu Bai's fury, but what explains it is the fact that the inheritance he found, like the others he helped find, and 90% of the inheritances found by GU masters on Longshan Mountain, were all left by the same person. This person, according to legends, was one of the legendary immortals who chose Longshan Mountain to be his final resting place, leaving behind an inheritance that would allow someone in the future to become his heir and ascend to become a legendary immortal like him. So amid the fear of what the punishment for killing one of the heirs of this immortal would be, as well as the greed of the possibility that Lu company could lead them to the complete inheritance of this immortal, both the clan leader and the elders were prevented from harming the old madman. Well, it's not like Elder Lu company is completely wrong. One of the bolder elders begins to speak but quickly stops while looking at the door being opened with a look of despair. Gracefully, 2 beautiful young women with sad expressions on their faces leave the room, both with white hair that would enchant a person from Earth but is the most common hair color in the Fengji clan. AMD along with their exquisite and dazzling dresses and their natural beauties, they seem like celestial beauties. Quickly, all the elders in the room, excluding Lu company, greet the 2 extremely respectfully, as both are daughters of the clan leader, and although Feng Hua is an adopted daughter, she has always been treated equally to Lu Wei and Lu Xiao by the clan leader, so the elders do the same. But none of the elders know what goes through Feng Hua's mind as she walks calmly beside her sister Lu Xiao, because if they knew, they would be extremely shocked. Pa Feng Hua. He and Chen Wei, he's truly ingenious. This method reminds me of those used by legendary demoniac martial Taoists from my world. Feng Hua doesn't feel very sad about Lu Wei's situation because unlike the image the clan leader portrays to outsiders, she was never treated equally by him and her siblings, so she never became close to them. But of course, she has to maintain the image of a sad and worried sister for her brother's life in front of others, despite feeling some resentment toward this family that treats her only as a political tool they adopted to take from the who knows, if I betray the Fengji clan and join the Heian clan, I could use my intelligence and beauty to get closer to him. Feng Hua isn't an innocent girl who believes in loyalty to the clan she was born into in this world or anything like that, especially after the last lesson she had in her past life in another world. I owe loyalty to myself, but what if that's betrayal to others? She ponders as she recalls the last words she heard before being killed by one of her father's trusted men who betrayed everyone and took control of the city her father governed before killing her father and all those loyal to him. She came from a world where martial artists called martial Taoists practiced various forms of martial arts that allowed them to strengthen their bodies to the point where a martial Taoist could defeat an entire army alone. But she wasn't one of them, since despite being the only daughter of the governor of a medium-sized province, she never practiced martial arts since she was born with a fragile and unfit body for martial arts practice, so she could only read about these techniques as well as started reading about pill manufacturing that helped in training. But she never had the opportunity to learn deeply about these pills, since shortly after starting to study them one of her father's trusted men betrayed everyone to gain power, which in the end would end in success for him, so she had a cruel death while she was still young. And so unlike what she expected, she came to this world that after recovering from the melancholy and sadness of seeing her father and loved ones as well as herself being killed, she had a great increase in enthusiasm, since now with a healthy body and knowledge of great techniques of high quality that she had memorized, she could quickly rise to become a powerful martial Taoist. But this enthusiasm quickly faded when she found out that the people of this world do not practice martial arts but obtain their powers using GU, which she initially didn't think would be a problem. In fact, it could even be an advantage since no one could compare to the martial arts used by her. Unfortunately, she found out that this would not be the case because of something called GU. Well, to put this in perspective, the strength that would be necessary, years of diligent training of a martial Taoist who uses techniques of medium to high quality, could be obtained in less than 2 months by any GU master who uses a strong rank 2 strength GU, and not to mention rank 3 or 4 GU. And this is only valid for the comparison of strength, since after seeing the capacity of the GU from the wind path used mostly by the clans and awakening a B-grade talent, she decided to abandon the martial arts system of her old world while adopting the GU cultivation system. Ha 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 ha, what a beautiful lady, truly a beauty from another world, ha 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 ha. The old man called Lu Company murmurs in a low and hoarse voice that only he hears as he looks at the young Feng Hua walking with her sister out of the mansion where everyone is. Bro, getting high is really a crazy thing, right? A cousin of mine went to my dad's house on Sunday and he just went out to talk to a newt in the backyard for a couple of hours. When he came back, he said that Newt was a great guy and would be a great father to the children he was expecting. By the way, there wasn't even a Newt there either. Elder Clan, all temporary fortifications have been completed, and the scouts have confirmed that the enemy will attempt an immediate counterattack. A GU master responsible for distributing information respectfully serves while speaking calmly. Counterattack. Are they really trying to run to their own death? Chen Wei, sitting at his desk, furrowed his brow at the irrational attitude of the enemy elder as he listened to the report. Elder, according to our information, Molia, the son of Mo Kai, the elder responsible for the enemy army, suffered a serious injury in this battle, which subsequently led to his death. Seeing the expression of doubt on Chen Wei's face, the GU master quickly explains the situation further to him. The actions of a father who saw his son die are truly illogical, and it is even likely that he is disobeying the orders of his clan. Chen Wei rises from his chair as he walks slowly around the makeshift meeting room. You know, the chaos on the front line of the Feng Ji clan is because of one of these fathers. Chen Wei begins to pour himself a cup of tea before looking out the window of this improvised meeting room. And I'll give it to him because he proved my estimate of 7 days wrong. Using a rank 4 single-use GU is truly the sacrifice that only a father would be willing to make. At this point, 13 days have passed since his battle with the Piercer of the Heavens, but unlike Chen Wei's estimate, his enemy only died today, which was not due to his miscalculation of the lethality of the heart parasite GU, but rather he could not predict that the leader of the Feng Ji clan would use a rare rank 4 single-use healing GU as a last resort to save his son's life. Of course, in the end, this was just an unnecessary expense, since not only did using this GU only prolong the life of the Piercer of the Heavens for just under a week, but it also caused great discord and internal conflicts in the Feng Ji clan because of the leader's action of using this GU, which is owned by the clan, without the slightest concern for the opinion of the elders. The morale of the Feng Ji clan is at its lowest in recent times. How many desertions have we had in these last few days? Chen Wei doesn't need to wait long, as he soon receives a GU containing information about desertions for both sides. The numbers have indeed increased several times, and it also seems that 80% are female GU masters. This is a fact that doesn't surprise him. In fact, there are several reasons for this, such as a large portion of female GU masters being healers are focused on support, so when it comes to a life or death situation, they usually end up without much choice but to desert to the enemy. This is also only made possible by a change in the clan's policy regarding prisoners, which, when the war was being treated as a war of attrition, all prisoners were treated as slaves because they were needed as labor, and female GU masters would have an even worse fate, which would lead many to prefer suicide over capture. But at this moment, the Heian clan is already seeing victory on the horizon, as well as the future that will come after that, so it is already taking a different approach and trying to treat those who desert in a better way, as well as trying to assimilate them into the Heian clan, especially for female GU masters. The reason for this is threefold, the first of which is that female GU masters usually cultivate support paths, so they are less likely to rebel, which the clan expects to happen quite often from the GU masters of the other two clans being assimilated and having sufficient combat strength. Secondly, the clan wants to create a baby boom after the end of this war so that the clan has enough GU masters to maintain the conquered lands and resource points, with the clan going as far as decreeing that at the end of the war it will be the duty of all married GU masters to have their wives pregnant, which Chen Wei has already fulfilled. Of course, in addition to that, the clan ordered everyone to have at least 3 children in the next 10 years. Thirdly, the fact that the number of GU masters is disproportionate by gender, with 60% being men and 40% women, which always led to those GU masters of low talent and cultivation having to marry mortal women, which diluted the quality of the clan's blood in general in the eyes of the clan. Well, inform my grandfather the strategy hall elder that by the end of the day he will have one more head of a Fengji clan elder. This is not arrogance from Chen Wei, nor is he trying to seek the glory of killing his second Fengji clan elder. He just wants to contribute to ending this war as quickly as possible. Honestly, he is already a vastly different person than he was a few years ago when he had not yet become a GU master, or even when he graduated from the academy and officially became a GU master of the Heian clan. Of course, he still values the opportunities for development and experiences that he can obtain in this war, but for now, he realizes that what he needs most is peace to be able to develop further. Besides, anyone would prefer to spend their time with their family and pregnant wife while cultivating up to rank 4 than having to live in this constant military campaign. Yes, Elder Chen Wei, the strategy hall elder also ordered me to deliver this GU to you, Elder Chen Wei. Chen Wei quickly scans the information on the GU that only he could access and contains various confidential information, one of the most important of which is the developments of the investigation by the Internal Affairs Hall Elder, which has now been confirmed as having deliberately let spies infiltrate both clans, being a traitor. Chen Wei quickly waves his hand for the GU master responsible for the information to withdraw as he checks the confidential information sent by his grandfather as well as reviews his plans. Traitors are truly a species that multiplies, right, Feng Hua? He thinks calmly as he looks at an information path GU inside his aperture, which is only known to him, with him not having revealed this fact even to Chen Wang. Not long ago, he received this GU called Secret Butterfly that came to him, and after he read the information on the GU, he discovered that Feng Hua, Piercer of the Heavens, sister and the clan leader's daughter, wanted to negotiate with him to provide information in exchange for protection after defecting to the Heian clan in a privileged position without having to become a concubine of some elder of the Heian clan. This concern of hers comes from the fact that the female GU masters who are deserting to the Heian clan end up having to marry one of the GU masters of the clan to not be suppressed as foreigners, since this is one of the assimilation tactics that the clan created, going so far as to the majority of the elders being in favor of allowing the taking of concubines by GU masters of the clan so that they can further increase the birth rate. But Feng Hua does not want this for herself, and as she sees that the victory of the Heian clan in this war is only a matter of time, she is already making every effort to have an agreement that protects her already established before deserting to the Heian clan. So for now, she is acting as an excellent informant for Chen Wei, who discovered about the internal conflicts of the Fengji clan as well as the clan leader having used a rank 4 to try to save Piercer of the Heavens' life because of her. Well, let's leave that for now. My focus has to be on killing my enemy with all my might. Chen Wei thinks this as he begins to review once again the information from the Heian clan about Elder Mokai. Pav Mokai. Ah, I'll burn that damn guy to death. Mokai advances like a furious bull while standing in front of the troops attempting a suicidal counterattack against the Heian clan, but to him, that matters little as he now only seeks vengeance, even going as far as to beat his subordinates who openly spoke against this attack. Blood Prince, I'll kill you. He spots Chen Wei, causing his hair to burn relentlessly like a torch in the petroleum as he quickly starts punching towards Chen Wei despite the distance of several meters between them, which wouldn't allow for a close-range attack to have any effect. Mortal killer move, Infernal Fists. Large fists made of green flames fly towards Chen Wei, who is quick to activate his defenses while advancing fearlessly towards Mokai's attack before closing the distance enough for both to engage in a fierce and destructive battle. The GU masters who battle and witness this scene nearby are extremely shocked by the relentless infernal flames that arise while destroying everything in their path, causing all vegetation within a radius of several meters to be completely obliterated. But in contrast and no less impressive than these infernal flames is a dark red blood that carries an aura of massacre spreading over an even larger diameter, killing several GU masters who were on the battlefield and fiercely destroying the flames as if they were nothing impressive. And this intense and fierce battle continued for tens of minutes until, you're dead. Mo Kai screams in rage after delivering a deadly blow to Chen Wei who, after so much battle time, made a mistake due to what Mo Kai considers inexperience, leading to a perfect opening. My son, I have avenged your dia, Arg. But before he could lay his hand on Chen Wei's head, which would cause it to burn until he was dead, he feels a piercing pain in his heart that paralyzes him. Arg, how? He looks at his chest and sees a tail of an animal that also appears to have the shape of a dagger protruding from the front of his chest, indicating that he was attacked from behind. Run, retreat, the elder has been killed. It's one of the cries Mo Kai hears as he falls face forward on the ground and sees an albino rat running towards Chen Wei, whom he now realizes was only pretending to have made a mistake so that he would make this mistake that led him to be now lying on the ground bleeding from the chest before dying quickly. And so, in this miserable way, died an honored elder of the clan who was respected as an experienced war veteran. This is a death that would not bring compassion from many since he advanced against a stronger enemy in a suicidal counterattack simply because he lost control of his emotions to avenge the death of his son. But the real truth is far from just that, since despite always being a father who loved his son, he was also a war veteran and would never lead himself and his men to death because of losing control of his emotions. But to his misfortune, this is how he will be remembered, because no one, not even he, knows that his loss of control was because of an old man who lurks in the shadows and manipulates even the emotions and thoughts of the clan leaders so that things happen according to his will, let alone a mere rank 3 middle stage GU master. For even at the pinnacle of the mortal world, a proud rank 5 GU master would be defenseless against this old man in the shadows. Shit, that rank 3 creature is preventing retreat. A GU master shouts in despair before kneeling on the ground and raising his hands in surrender. This would soon be done by several other GU masters who found themselves surrounded by a rank 3 elder and a blood creature with the strength of rank 3, leaving them no choice but to surrender if they wanted to keep their lives after this battle. Of course, there were some who still fought to their deaths, but these courageous GU masters who fear not death are the absolute minority. It's just that this inheritance seems to appear at a most opportune time to be just a coincidence. In my opinion, the clan leader is acting very recklessly with his actions. Chen Wei speaks, sitting in an armchair, leaning back and looking at the ceiling of his grandfather's private meeting room in the Chen family mansion. Coincidence or not, the clan cannot ignore a rank 5 inheritance that has emerged directly on the front lines of the war, especially when this inheritance could be a key to the legendary immortal inheritance that met its demise on Longhua Mountain. Chen Wang sits at his study desk, which he usually uses during meetings, giving him a prominent position in the room. But I understand, and also share, as do the other elders and the clan leader, your concerns regarding the timely appearance of this inheritance. Without changing the tone of his voice, he speaks while assessing an information path guide about the latest information on the new inheritance that suddenly appeared. Well, coincidence still, although unlikely, seems more logical. Chen Liang, who is the only one standing as he paces back and forth in the room while thinking, a habit he has carried since he was young, since it seems completely impossible that a legendary immortal, as rumors indicate, who lived thousands of years ago could have knowledge of the exact moment the front line would reach that region in order for him to open his inheritance. Perhaps not a regular immortal, but like his GU masters, I judge there must be a rank difference among immortals, perhaps an even greater difference than between rank 1 and rank 5. Chen Wei doesn't avert his gaze from the scroll as he contemplates the possibilities for this inheritance. Well, at least I believe that just now, when we've conquered 3/4 of Feng Ji clan's territory and half of Shang Mao clan's territory. Chen Wei takes a sip of wine, ceasing to look at the ceiling and directing his gaze at Chen Wang. But simply not putting an end to them now to instead focus on a rank 5 water path inheritance that may be a great opportunity but probably will just be the signature of our destruction. Chen Wei speaks with a concerned look, staring directly at Chen Wang. Little Wei, again I completely understand your concerns, but you are being too cautious even though we are dealing with a possible immortal inheritance. Chen Wang looks at Chen Wei, who appears slightly annoyed. Well, even if you disagree, by the decision of the majority of the elders and the clan leader, we have made the truce agreement to prepare to fight for the inheritance, otherwise, you wouldn't be here, right? Chen Liang, who continues to move back and forth in the meeting room, speaks without much concern for the helpless sigh that comes from Chen Wei. Of course, neither Chen Liang nor Chen Wang can fully understand the concerns running through Chen Wei's head now that he will have to deal with the inheritance of an immortal that he is sure deliberately left this inheritance to emerge exactly at this moment of war even after thousands of years after his death. And in Chen Wei's view, anyone capable of doing that should be at least a rank 7 cultivator with high attainment either in wisdom or in time path. Of course, there is also the possibility that he left behind a will or land spirit that is activating this inheritance behind the scenes in a way that no mortal could dream of discovering. Well, it's not as if in normal circumstances he would be so cautious with this inheritance emerging, but since it arose at a key point in the war that forced the He and clan to decide whether to try to obtain the inheritance or to completely destroy the other clans, this is something to be suspicious of. Especially when all the elders and leaders of all 3 clans, even those normally cautious, seem to have unanimously agreed for the first time ever and as for to try to obtain this inheritance, going so far as to establish a truce in a war that has been raging for almost a decade. In Chen Wei's eyes, this must definitely be the effect of some immortal method of the wisdom path. For Chen Wei, this is an even greater concern when he and his wife are otherworldly demons, which if he were in any other world might not be a big problem. But now that this inheritance has emerged, he is almost certain that he is the target. Of course, this may just be a syndrome of protagonism that he may have developed in his head without realizing it, but he doesn't believe that to be the case. Forgive me for my exaggerated concern. It's possible that Wang Mei's pregnancy has made me more cautious about my safety and hers. Chen Wei speaks half-truths, as although he is not lying, his greatest concern remains due to his knowledge of the GU Immortal's capabilities. I understand your feelings since you really have great responsibilities despite being only 18, which is incredibly young for an elder like you. Chen Liang speaks as Chen Wang also nods in agreement, as they both know how difficult it is for someone as young as Chen Wei to handle pressure like the one he constantly faces. Well, continuing about the inheritance, since the attack will be carried out by the clan's decision, we need to focus so that ideally it is the Chen family that obtains the inheritance. Chen Wang speaks with a serious expression and a calm gaze. Of course, if things don't go ideally, we will still try to bring the inheritance to the clan, but if even that is not possible, we must destroy the inheritance without hesitation. Well, I would imagine that we should have a great advantage since the inheritance is related to the water path, but anything is possible when it comes to immortals, so it's better not to develop unfounded confidence. Chen Wei speaks, receiving nods of agreement from both his father and grandfather. Well, you two must have had a superficial read, but the information path GUI handed to both of you contains detailed information about the other inheritances known to the clan that were left by this legendary immortal. Chen Liang is responsible for gathering information in the strategy hall since his accident that permanently debilitated his cultivation, so he is the most qualified of the 3 in information gathering. Well, to start a deeper discussion, we should first knock. Chen Wang is interrupted in the middle of his words, then he has an irritated expression on his face. Sai Chen Wei quickly gets up and goes to answer the door, which he is sure was Wang Mei who knocked, as she would be the only person he can imagine with the courage or lack of judgment to interrupt such an important meeting. Love, it's late, are you going to leave your pregnant wife to sleep alone? This low murmur is the first thing Chen Wei hears after opening the door and seeing Wang Mei, who quickly buries her head in his chest and weakly pulls his arm to follow her to their bedroom. Wang Mei, as a natural beauty, maintains her innocent and cute charm even though she is not dressed up, wearing her sleeping pajamas and a sleepy look on her face, with the only thing different from her usual appearance being her now more prominent belly due to being 3 months pregnant. Sai Chen Wei looks at Wang Mei acting like a spoiled girl who doesn't care about her husband's responsibilities and just wants her desire to cuddle with her husband fulfilled, which for her happiness was because Chen Wei quickly dismisses his father and grandfather and follows her. What he clearly perceives leaves both of them with slightly irritated expressions, but they also understand Chen Wei's desire to be with his wife instead of this meeting, especially when his wife is going through her pregnancy with their possible heir, so they don't stop him from following her to their bedroom. Of course, he does this is not because he doesn't know how to prioritize the possible inheritance of an immortal above just going to bed earlier, but has two main reasons. One is his need to rest his head after what has been several days of stress trying unsuccessfully to convince the clan leader and all the elders to ignore this inheritance and focus on the attack against the other two clans. And second, he knows he will need to have an extremely important conversation with Wang Mei, especially when this inheritance could be a likely trap directed at both of them since they are otherworldly demons, which, from his knowledge of the novel, is a big deal. Chen Wei follows behind Wang Mei as they enter their bedroom. He can easily guess her happiness by the way she walks, he can even imagine the silly and innocent smile on her face when she is happy. You really have little sense in your head, interrupting my grandfather's meeting like that. If it were anyone else, they would be in big trouble because of it, Chen Wei speaks teasing Wang Mei as he lies on their bed. Ahem, love, are you married to me or to your grandfather? I'm the only one authorized to keep you up all night. She gives him a gentle punch on the chest as she snuggles into his arms after lying on the bed. Speaking of which, there's something I want. He is stopped in the middle by Wang Mei, who puts a finger on his lips to prevent him from speaking and has an expression on her face that Chen Wei guesses is an attempt to look irritated but fails miserably. Ahem, mister, no mischievous acts for now during pregnancy, remember, well, unless you really want it, then I can make an exception, like last time or the time BEFI. She is interrupted now by Chen Wei, who pinches her belly with a calm expression. I have something really important to discuss with you. Chen Wei looks at the girl who is acting like a Puritan despite being 80% responsible for her pregnancy happening so early since in this world there is no such thing as a GU condom. Sigh, stay calm, but I need to know. Mayor, you are not originally from this world, are you? Chen Wei sees both her expression freeze and her body, which was previously relaxed in his arms, tense instantly, and he knows for sure that this will be a long night. You seem to be getting easily distracted lately. Are you still quite concerned about the inheritance being a trap? Chen Wang, who is gazing at the horizon alongside Chen Wei, comments calmly. I was just reminiscing about a conversation I had with Mayor a few days ago. Chen Wei quickly wipes the distracted expression off his face as he recalls his conversation with Wang Mei about them being otherworldly demons. But that's not important now, as we're nearing the climax of this war that has plagued Mount Longwushan for nearly a decade. Chen Wei looks around, seeing hundreds of GU masters, all at least rank 2, with rank 3 elders numbering in the dozens and a rank 4 leader of the clan inside a military tent at the center of the Heian clan's military camp. The clan leader is really going all out. He surely believes this is his big chance to reach rank 5, maybe even immortality. Chen Wei remarks. Not just him, but all the leaders of the 3 clans on Longwushan Mountain. And if it weren't for us managing to prevent the information from leaking, it would have been GU masters from all over the southern border. Chen Wang heaves a sigh of relief, thinking of the chaos they managed to avoid, made possible only by the 3 clans uniting to prevent any hint of the inheritance from leaking. This was probably the first time the 3 had cooperated so honestly since the war began. In fact, they were so efficient in concealing information about the inheritance that even the vast majority of rank 2 GU masters in this war camp were unaware of it, as such knowledge was common only among elders or high-ranking rank 2 GU masters. In the eyes of most, the Heian clan merely halted its advance due to resource and manpower shortages. This brought sighs of disappointment from Heian members and cheers of joy from those in the other 2 clans. If information about this inheritance were known, rank 5 GU masters would be the least of our worries. Chen Wei speaks. For him, the greater concern is the immortals who could wipe out this mountain with ease for a possible immortal GU inheritance. In fact, one of the reasons he believes this inheritance was left by a rank 8 GU master is that the fact that the inheritance is widely known among mortals, yet no immortal has claimed it so far, only indicates that those who searched could not find anything and ultimately dismissed this inheritance as a false rumor. At least, that's Chen Wei's theory, but even so, he's already extensively prepared in case information about the inheritance leaks out and rank 3, rank 4, and rank 5 GU masters start flocking to Mount Longwushan. If that happens, he's prepared with various GU and resources to assist him and his family as they travel through the various mountains of the southern border as they flee Longwushan Mountain. Of course, this is if the immortals delay their actions and don't come immediately after hearing about the immortal GU inheritance. If that happens, all the GU masters here could die before they even notice, or they could be caught as slaves by demonic immortals. Chen Wei had already discussed with Wang Mei about the horrible fate they could face, even giving her a GU to kill herself if necessary to avoid this fate. Elder Chen Wang. Elder Chen Wei. The clan leader is summoning everyone for a new meeting at the central military tent. A GU master messenger bows as he informs both of them about the leader's orders. It's likely the other clans are beginning their more intense preparation movements, if Wang Shi decided to hold another one of these meetings. Chen Wang says as he walks alongside Chen Wei, both heading towards the central military tent. It also seems that the Fengji and Xiangmao clans will continue their alliance to deal with us, mainly over this inheritance that gives an advantage to waterpath cultivators. Chen Wei remarks, turning his head back to see in the distance a large irregularly shaped lake, spanning hundreds of meters in length and width. They might even deepen their cooperation. I believe they might be planning a merger, as they lack the strength to survive the wolf pack alone. Chen Wang speaks as they quickly enter the central military tent, which along with them has 9 rank 3 elders and the clan leader. It seems we'll have to wait a bit longer for everyone to arrive. Chen Wei murmurs as he respectfully greets all the elders present, as well as the clan leader. Chen Wei spends the time waiting for the other elders, having a friendly conversation with the clan leader, who, despite not having the best opinion of Chen Wei, as son-in-law and father-in-law, they publicly have to act harmoniously and friendly, especially now that Wang Mei is carrying Chen Wei's heir in her belly. So the time passed quickly until all 23 elders of the clan who were on the war camp arrived at the central tent. Well, now that everyone is here, we can start our meeting. Firstly, to state what I believe all elders here already expected and knew through informants, the Fengji and Xiangmao clans have merged their war camps and are likely planning a joint attack. All the elders of the clan show no change in expression upon hearing this, as there is no one in this room who wasn't already aware of this development. And of course, as everyone is aware, we will be at a numerical disadvantage for higher cultivation ranks in this battle. The leader uses an information path GU to create an illusory image that appears to be made of water, demonstrating the numbers of GU masters on both sides to everyone in the room. As everyone can see, our side has 23 rank 3 GU masters, of whom 6 advanced to rank 3 in the last 12 months and may still lack experience or methods. He speaks this part while glancing quickly at Chen Wei, who is the great exception of this group, having recently advanced but already having killed the once considered greatest genius of Mount Longwushan, as well as Mo Kai, a renowned elder who was a seasoned war veteran. For the Fengji clan, their numbers stand at 14 rank 3 GU masters after they suffered the loss of 5 elders in the past months. Wang Shi narrates the images and numbers formed by the information path GU he used. For the Xiangmao clan, the number of rank 3 GU masters is 12, after 2 of their elders died in recent months. Of course, when it comes to rank 4 GU masters, I will be facing 2 at once, while for rank 3 GU masters, it will be 23 of us against 26 of them. Well, of course, 49 elders are not the total number in the clans of Longwushan Mountain, but the few remaining, totaling no more than 15 together, are too old to be of any use in combat and would hinder more than help in battle. Of course, we have the advantage of much greater unity than these 2 clans, which are forced to ally due to their precarious situations. Furthermore, due to the nature of this inheritance, the cultivation of the water path in our Heian clan will have a significant advantage over the wind and strength of the other 2 clans. Wang Shi declares magnanimously and decisively. The knowledge that this inheritance belonged to the water path was merely a guess by everyone, but despite that, it is almost like an absolute certainty, as the large and magnificent lake that now occupies an area of hundreds of square meters, until just over a month ago, did not exist for anyone to see. In fact, this region that is now occupied by a large lake, filled with fish and water path GU, was a large low-lying region with a desert climate that produced small amounts of earth and fire path GU until less than a month ago. This was the effect of a rank 4 GU being activated and shining with a dazzling blue for 3 days while creating this artificial lake, while various other rank 1 and 2 water path GU began to emerge continuously in the region, now a large lake with only a small island in the center and a wooden temple on the island. Of course, such a significant change in local geography made even those rank 1 GU masters who knew the region suspicious, but they never came to know the fact that this was a rank 5 inheritance, since except for the elders, even those rank 2 GU masters who will participate in this battle are being kept in the dark about what caused this great change. Well, now that we've reviewed the general situation, let's focus on specific points to win this battle, starting with Chen Wei listens to the leader's detailed explanations and tactics with little attention, as he also imagines all the elders have memorized these tactics down to every point and comma, knowing even the smallest details by heart. In fact, Chen Wei's mind at this moment is on the GU that allowed the elders to conclude that this is a rank 5 inheritance, the rank 5 Water Dragon GU. This GU is lying dormant while sleeping peacefully in the small temple on the island in the middle of the lake. The Water Dragon GU is constantly emitting an aura that is imperceptible to rank 1 and 2 GU masters, who can't even see the GU that is hiding from them. But for those who are rank 3 and 4, the conversation is different, as the aura they feel has a tone of warning and threat, as if it were saying that if they were to attempt to obtain the inheritance prematurely, they would meet a swift and cruel death. This is the only reason why all the clans are still waiting outside and haven't attacked the lake to reach the temple in the middle with all their might, as those who do would attract the wrath of a rank 5 GU, renowned as one of the strongest melee attackers of the water path, with his only demerit being his consumption of primeval essence, which is no longer a problem for this GU now that it is a wild one. Well, finally, we must be very careful with the elder of the Feng Ji clan, Lu Company. He was able to discover various of this inheritances in the past, so it's possible he has information on this one as well. Wang Shi continues with his speech that has been going on for more than an hour without stopping. Anyway, even if he doesn't, we must focus on kill. The words of the clan leader are cut short when he feels an overwhelming aura belonging to a rank 5 GU awakening. Clearly, he is not the only one who senses this, as judging by the shocked expressions of all the elders, they too have definitely noticed this aura, and the same must be true in the enemy's war camp. Let's go. Without needing to say more, the clan leader, along with all the elders of the clan, exits the military tent to be greeted by the sight of several rank 2 GU masters with panic expressions on their faces. For the first time, they have begun to feel the overwhelming aura of the rank 5 GU, which is no longer hiding from them. Everyone calm down. This is the aura of a rank 5 GU guarding the lake in front of us. Everyone calm down because this GU has no intention of attacking us, it is just announcing the opening of an inheritance. Hearing the leader's shouts, as well as seeing the calm expressions of him and the clan elders, the panic that was beginning to emerge like a flame is quickly extinguished. The GU masters of the Heian clan begin to talk among themselves about this inheritance, which they only discovered the existence of now but quickly concluded that this is the reason they are here, not what was told to them before. The clan leader looks at the island in the middle of the lake, where the water dragon GU is now floating amidst the temple, roaring with great excitement as if a moment he had been waiting for a long time had finally arrived. Well, gentlemen, now will be a decisive hour in the history of our Heian clan. May the heavens be with us. Wang Shi speaks as he walks calmly, with the elders of the clan following him closely, to the end of the Heian clan's military camp, where, due to the flat geography of the region, they can see the enemy camp in the distance on the horizon. In the enemy military camp, they see the elders and leaders of the Feng Ji and Xiangmao clans, who seem to have had the same idea as them and also went out to look at the opposing military camp. Prominently featured is an old man with white hair exuding an aura of authority and calmness like a wise governor-scholar, wearing white clothing while holding a fan in his hand. This old man is the leader of the Feng Ji clan, who less than a month ago was a man of no more than 45 years old, so his new appearance left the elders of the Heian clan somewhat shocked. Beside the old man, almost as his opposite, is a woman with bronzed skin of beautiful youthful and wild appearance, highlighted by her clothes that combine white, black, and red in a dazzling way, along with the large neckline on her chest that would make any man feel excited. But this woman with a youthful appearance is actually older than the leader of the Feng Ji clan. She is a woman that no one on Longshan Mountain would know because she is the famous leader of the Xiangmao clan. Bro, I'm the unluckiest person in the world, the only day I'm not going to watch F1 because I think, Verstappen is going to win anyway. Lando Norris wins for the first time. Bro, even I'm a Red Bull fan is happy for the guy. this is my punishment for leaving the house and going outside I think, damn you fate. And also fuck Sony trying to do that shit with Helldivers too, but happily democracy won in the end. Also, what is your rating for this chapter? In my opinion, it is one of the best I have ever written. This moment of high tension, where two enemy camps stared at each other with hatred and determination, seemed to last for years for those elders and clan leaders. But for those regular GU masters who looked on from the outside, it was just a brief moment before being shattered by one side quickly. This break was executed by an elder of the Feng Ji clan named Yu Xin, who in less than a moment rose from his position on the ground amidst the other elders to fly swiftly at high speed towards the island in the middle of the lake without hesitation. Zhang Ning, stop him from getting far. Peng Du, the clan as a whole relies on you to reach the island first before we enter battle to defend the inheritance. The clan leader swiftly orders both the Diplomacy Hall Elder and the Training Hall Elder to follow the plan that had been intensively formulated and discussed previously in the presence of all the elders. Of course, even before the clan leader's words, both elders had sprung into action. Zhang Ning, after activating a GU, began to punch and kick through the air, seemingly practicing some form of kung fu, while reacting to her movements. The lake's water took the form of punches and kicks as it advanced like a jet of water against Yu Xin. Thus, Yu Xin's heroic and swift advance quickly slowed down significantly as he now had to take a much less direct and linear path to escape the attacks since his defense was not particularly strong to withstand the attacks directly. His specialty lies in using the Wind Wings GU and Wind Speed GU, being renowned as the fastest GU master of the entire Longshan Mountain. Meanwhile, Peng Du, who was a crucial part of the Heian clan's plan, didn't stand idly by witnessing all this unfold. By this point, he had advanced hundreds of meters and was on the brink of the lake. Using a rapid wave under his feet, he swiftly advanced before jumping into the lake, where the wave took the form of a shark, advancing at twice the speed. Amidst all this, the Xiangmao clan also made their move, as a female GU master ran on the ground as fast as a bear, while the spirit of a panda appeared behind her body, roaring cheerfully. Now it's your turn, Chen Wei. Before the clan leader could finish his instruction, Chen Wei was already advancing continuously while continuously launching blood spears in the path of the Xiangmao clan's elder to hinder her swift movement towards the inheritance lake. Ah, you must be Elder Bi Sin. You'd better prepare for a cruel and slow death like that of the piercer of the heavens, ha ha ha. Chen Wei spoke with conviction, but all his words were just a ploy to lure the Feng Ji clan leader, who probably hated him, into attacking prematurely and making a mistake. You men of the Heian clan are all brutes who only think of killing and robbing. Seeing that she could no longer escape Chen Wei's pursuit, Bi Sin quickly advanced towards him, as a strength cultivator needing to fight close against her enemies. You'll have to change your opinion quickly when you women of the Xiangmao clan serve only to warm our beds. Chen Wei continued to provoke her while maintaining a medium distance between them, from where he could continuously attack her using blood spears and piercing blood, but she couldn't do anything against him. Stop running and fight like a man, you coward. Chen Wei's words left Bi Sin quite irritated, but mostly worried because unlike the other two clans, which are governed in a more patriarchal manner, the Xiangmao clan is a matriarchy. So it would be an even bigger shock for them if they were to lose the war and had to all serve the sinful desires of the Heian GU masters. Well, if you insist. Chen Wei murmured before quickly activating the bloody sword killer cut to severely injure the elder fighting him. But a furious roar, seeming to have the strength to destroy the world, echoed throughout the battlefield, causing him to pause in his movements as he and Bi Sin simultaneously looked towards the island in the middle of the lake, where the roar originated. This is truly unexpected, Chen Wei muttered, seeing the water dragon advancing furiously towards Yu Xin at a speed even he couldn't keep up with, making the world within several kilometers tremble under its pressure. Argshish, Yu Xin could only utter a few words, not having time to even move a mere centimeter before the water dragon fiercely bit into his abdomen, destroying all his defenses as if they didn't exist, ripping his body apart, instantly killing him. Damn, that was close. Peng Du, who was in the water a few meters away from Yu Xin's location, shouted in horror as he looked at the once proud elder of the Feng Ji clan, who was now just a body cut in half into two pieces floating in the water after being killed as easily as a child kills an insect. So, he really wants us to battle for this. Chen Wei murmured after receiving a set of information in his mind that came from the inheritance in the middle of the lake. These pieces of information basically declare that to obtain the inheritance, those clans or lone GU masters present here must fight against each other until only one clan or lone GU master remains in the waters of the lake. This can be achieved either by killing all competitors, making them retreat, or forming alliances among themselves, which is at the discretion of those seeking the inheritance. But why did the legendary immortal wait until one of the elders of my Fengji clan died to reveal this crucial information? A GU master of the Fengji clan muttered, quickly making everyone around him look at him as if he were a fool, because after seeing what happened, everyone, except fools, could reach the same conclusion. This inheritance was left by a demonic path cultivator. Quickly, everyone advanced to the lake. Wang Shi, the leader of the Heian clan, gives his orders, which are promptly executed by all the members of the Heian clan, who are now prepared for a massive advance towards the lake. Seeing the Heian clans advance, the other two clans do the same without hesitation, trying not to lose an advantage to the Heian clan, which is already the strongest of the three clans, besides fighting in their natural habitat amidst this lake. Xu Yang, quickly create our battlefield. Wang Shi, the leader of the clan, speaks rapidly while looking at the other two clans, which are rapidly approaching, while Xu Yang, the Unity Hall elder, places his hands on the lake waters, which previously, although calm, still formed small waves as they moved. But in just a moment, all this movement stops as the water becomes a smooth surface. Quickly, take defensive positions. The other two clans are advancing rapidly. Chen Wei, who quickly approached the group of GU masters, declared with a calm expression on his face after retreating from the battle against the Xiangmao clan elder because he saw the sudden change in the battlefield that could leave him surrounded by enemies if he insisted on fighting. Thus, soon all the GU masters of the Heian clan took their positions to have the great advantage of being on the defensive in their natural habitat when the GU masters of the other two clans arrived to attack like a furious horde determined to break through the Heian clan's defense lines and obtain the immortal's inheritance. Stop hiding, Wang Shi, you coward. Come out and fight like a man. Lu Bai shouts angrily, advancing against Wang Shi while the confrontation between the elders and the rank 2 GU masters of the two clans begins. I will break your fragile body, Wang Shi, for the outrage of abducting the proud women of the Xiangmao clan. Yi Nui advances, shouting angrily as if she had all the justification in the world to fight, even though the Heian clan rarely does what she says with women of the Xiangmao clan, as bringing a strength cultivator that cannot be easily contained to the clan is a problem they don't like to deal with. Do you think just because you're two, you can win against me? It seems I'll have to show you MT. Tai. Wang Shi advances with confidence, as among the GU masters of Longwushan Mountain, he is recognized as having the highest cultivation, being a rank 4 middle stage GU master, which is enough to put him in the top 1% strongest in this world in his eyes. But his confidence wanes a bit after his first confrontation with his two enemies. Lu Bai, so that's why you've aged so much, what cursed GU did you use? He speaks as he attacks Lu Bai, who, after exchanging a few blows, also realizes he's at rank 4 middle stage. A dead man doesn't need to know what I did. Lu Bai continues the fight, not bothering to respond to Wang Shi, knowing he used the rank 3A life for a chance GU, which allowed him to sacrifice 30 years of his life to gain significant help in his breakthrough to a small cultivation realm. Amidst these words, an intense battle between three rank 4 GU masters, which is rare to see, continues, reaching its climax and maintaining the same suffocating intensity for anyone watching from the outside. Thus, an area of hundreds of meters is created on the battlefield where only 3 people are fighting, creating furious waves that seem to have the power to flood the world in a deluge capable of killing all living beings, or furious and fast winds that have an imposing area as if they could count all the seas of the world in half, or the wild and animalistic aura that originates incessantly when blows of great force make the air tremble as if an earthquake were approaching. But for most GU masters here now, this impressive battle that could shock anyone is merely background noise because the most important battles for them are their own personal battles, which, although on a much smaller scale, are infinitely more important to their lives for now. Mortal killer move, heaven-piercing blood. Shit, my primeval essence is reaching critical levels, I need to get out of this fight. Just as for those mere rank 2 GU masters, the same goes for Chen Wei, who is now being surrounded by 3 rank 3 GU masters since the Feng Ji and Shang Mao clans decided to use their numerical advantage to try to get rid of the greatest talent of the Heian clan. Mortal Killer Move, Elegant Fox Fury. In rank 2 elder woman of the Shang Mao clan with fox ears amidst her red hair advances against Chen Wei like a fox hunting prey, and as the spirit of a fox appears behind her back, strengthening her with enough force to crush a normal person with a punch. Mortal Killer Move, Flames of Infinite Chaos. An elder of the Feng Ji clan with black hair and a common face but who would be considered abnormal by anyone who saw him because his entire torso is engulfed in flames advances in the battle naked as his clothes have been burned by the furious fire. Mortal Killer Move, Hurricane of Torment. A GU master who is in the middle of a hurricane so his appearance cannot be seen, only his voice shouting how he will make Chen Wei suffer for all the GU masters of the Feng Ji clan he killed as he advances surrounded by the hurricane to kill Chen Wei. This is the reality of the world because this is not a kind of RPG game where enemies attack in turns or a place where people who fight take honor seriously, especially for Chen Wei, who is on the hit list of the Feng Ji and Shang Mao clans to be killed. And now that they finally got this opportunity, especially with Chen Wang trapped in a battle with a great enemy of his, who is a rank 3 peak stage GU master of the Feng Ji clan, how could they let this golden opportunity pass? I am in a life or death situation again. Chen Wei thinks as he tries to find escape routes or something similar, but for now, he is completely without choice since even his rank 3 defensive killer move would not be able to withstand 3 rank 3 enemy killer moves at the same time. But as soon as he sees his desperate situation, melancholy and despair begin to arise in Chen Wei's heart. They are quickly killed when his blood begins to boil with the intention to kill, which now dominates his heart as he puts a determined expression on his face while thinking. I determined to myself that not even the heavens could put me in a life or death situation again, let alone these mere rank 3 GU masters. So Chen Wei's next actions leave everyone attacking him shocked because instead of trying to retreat or defend himself, he advances with a macabre smile on his face as if he could already taste their death. Mortal Killer Move, Bloody Sword Killer Cut. Chen Wei's first target is the GU master with fox ears, so he advances against her head-on without even bothering to defend himself since he spent all his primeval essence to perform the killer move, so when he reaches her attack range, he quickly feels her thrusting her hand into his chest, tearing his body like a furious animal. But this dominance of the GU master with fox ears did not last long when the lower part of her body fell to the ground, separated from the upper part of her body, which has a complete expression of shock since after fighting repeatedly against Chen Wei, she knew the strength of his attacks, but this killer move now was much stronger than before, as if it were already on the threshold of rank 4 killer moves. But Chen Wei, who just killed the rank 3 GU master with just one blow, doesn't waste his time contemplating that or trying to heal himself. He just uses the rank 2 Fierce Leech GU to use the blood of the dead GU master to recover his own primeval essence to the point where he can use the killer move, then he advances with the blood sword in his hands towards the Fire Path GU master. Die, you piece of shit, don't even think about getting close to me. He directs all the force of the black flames created by his killer move at Chen Wei, who advances towards him with his body covered in blood but without even the slightest intention of defending himself in any way. Die burned to ashes, Ard. Emerging amidst the endless black flames, the GU master sees a blood sword carrying a suffocating killing aura before in less than a moment cutting him into 8 parts as if breaking his defense instantly as if cutting butter. So, just one left. Chen Wei thinks, his body completely burned to a point where he would be unrecognizable even to his wife and family. But this is not even a small concern in Chen Wei's mind as he quickly uses the blood of the Fire Path GU master to recover his primeval essence. But as soon as he obtains enough primeval essence to use the killer move once again, he feels a strong wind attacking from his back, so he quickly dodges while putting his left arm in the path of the attack so his right arm would have more time to react and cut down the one who attacked him. Damn it, someone help me please. The Wind Path GU master screams in desperation after seeing that the only result of his killer move was Chen Wei's severed arm, but this was not the arm holding the sword that cut through the Wind Path GU master's chest, splitting him in half. In the heavens or on earth, before even the great venerables. If they dare to face me, they will only cry out in despair. For in this life, firm in my conviction, no one has the power to make me retreat. Chen Wei declares aloud as a wave of emotions washes over him, reciting a simple poem that came to his mind to describe the emotions he feels. Silence is the only thing left in the battlefield that was once filled with the sound of battle, as now everyone's attention is on Chen Wei, who despite having several cuts, his body completely burned to the point of being unrecognizable, and even with an arm that was severed, is still capable of making even the leaders of the rank 4 clan tremble with fear with just one look. Killing 3 rank 3 GU masters in succession with just one blow each is something that not even one of the clan leaders could do, but now Chen Wei has done all that, and while not even attempting to defend himself, which in the eyes of everyone, and even himself, should be impossible. But of course, unlike those looking from the outside, Chen Wei has justification for this because he now feels the aura of one of his most special GU, the Blood Killer GU, but this aura is different from before because now it presents something that is characteristic of rank 2 GU, instead of the aura of a rank 1 GU that he emitted before. Haha, ahaha, ahahahaha, incredible, as expected of the future Venerable with the greatest killing strength. As if to break the silence, a low chuckle began until it turned into a loud laughter coming from an old man with a crazy appearance who is standing right in front of Chen Wei. Lu Company. All the GU masters of the Feng Ji clan think in unison when they recognize the old man with the crazy appearance who is an external elder of the Feng Ji clan and who somehow appeared in front of Chen Wei without anyone noticing him, not even Chen Wei himself. Ahaha, the aura of someone born to kill is so terrifying. Lu Company quickly places his hand on Chen Wei's chest before the latter could react against it. At the moment they made contact, the previously non-existent waves of the lake reappear while the water, which was crystal clear like a wonder of nature, begins to take on a dark red color of blood as the water level starts to rise rapidly until the island in the middle no longer exists, and the lake, which previously had an irregular shape, now takes on the shape resembling that of a blood skull. Future Venerable. These are the last words that come out of Chen Wei's mouth before he completely loses consciousness, and for those outside, his body along with Lu Ko's were completely surrounded by the blood of the lake that was previously water, and when the blood returned to the lake level, both Chen Wei and Lu Company had disappeared as if they had never existed. Dear Yu Lian, please go get me a kilogram of Twilight spiritual flowers. Oh, and I was almost forgetting, pick the ones that are over a month old preferably. A woman of above-average appearance with purple hair and brown eyes, appearing to be in her 30s, wearing an apron, enters a room and quickly speaks to a young girl who resembles her, but is reading a book. Mom, can I just finish reading this page before I go? I'm almost done, please. The girl, trying to plead with her mother, stops mid-sentence, seeing her mother's irritated face, not willing to accept Yu Lian's laziness, so she decides not to continue speaking, knowing it will only further irritate her mother. None of that, young lady. You know how important reputation is for a business, so I don't want to keep customers waiting, so go get the flowers quickly while I continue to attend the customers. Finishing these words, Yu Lian's mother makes her way to the front part of their house, which is used as a shop selling different types of medicinal herbs and plants. Ah. I wish I could spend my whole day reading like before. The girl of medium height but beautiful appearance murmurs softly with a sad expression on her face that could break the heart of any young man who is in love as she walks to the back part of her house, where the greenhouse containing the garden, where they grow various types of plants. This young girl has short purple hair, a striking inheritance from her mother, falling delicately just above her shoulders. Her eyes, of a deep emerald green, are a reminder of her father, contrasting beautifully with her skin as pale as jade. With a medium height for her age, she carries with her a charming beauty and a captivating facial expression, capable of stealing the heart of any young person who sees her for the first time. Quickly, Yu Lian, who arrived at the greenhouse, puts on a pair of gloves, as well as a work apron and a cloth to cover her hair before going to where the Twilight spiritual flowers her mother asked for should be. She quickly starts gathering the flowers, determined to complete the task given by her mother quickly so she could go back to reading the book, which was at a very interesting part. If I'm not mistaken, this is one of the best plants to feed Moonpath GU. She speaks, looking at the plants she is harvesting, which are in a part of the greenhouse specially made so that very little sunlight enters, and the temperature remains quite low at all times so that the plants can grow healthy. It's a pity it will only be used as cultivation material because it's a beautiful flower. She speaks to herself calmly and delicately as she cuts the flowers with dedication and a smile on her face that comes from herbalism being the greatest love of her life even before coming to this world. And all care is necessary because this is an extremely fragile flower. This is why it was not directly on the store counters to be sold, because if it is not kept in good conditions, it can die and rot within 10 minutes after being cut, and even in good conditions, it lasts at most an hour after being cut. She continues to collect the flowers with a complicated look on her face as she thinks about how in this world, plants can be so fragile and at the same time be used on the battlefield to dominate the world for an era. Of course, she did not witness this domination, just reading about it in the book, The Tales of the Heavenly Lotus, which is one of the most famous biographies of the life of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, which she was reading before her mother sent her to collect the twilight spiritual flowers. Finally finished, Yulian speaks happily after finishing packing the twilight spiritual flowers in a special way so that they don't rot quickly. She quickly makes her way to the shop that occupies the front part of her house, where she sees her mother serving a customer, as well as other customers who are looking for specific herbs on the store shelves. But among all these, she knows who asked for the twilight spiritual flowers since he is a regular customer of the store and is now looking at her with eyes shining with happiness. Leonor, it's good to see you look b.w. well. Anyway, I advanced to rank 1 upper stage recently, isn't that amazing? The young GU master wanted to compliment Yulian's appearance, but he became afraid and embarrassed to do so in the end, especially with her mother being close enough to overhear the conversation. Rank 1 upper stage at just 18 years old is truly impressive. Yulian speaks excitedly and cute with a gentle smile on her face, although she is not really impressed by this result. She has always been a kind person, so she wouldn't want to make the young man who mentioned his new advancement in cultivation feel discouraged. Well, it's not like the result of the young man is irrelevant, as even her mother was only a rank 2 initial stage GU master, and her father was a rank 1 peak stage. So, for the young man, who only has AC grade talent and no wealthy sponsor, this result is already above average when looked at logically. But Yulian's response, like that of any girl at this moment, is not logical but emotional because she knows the young man is one of her suitors, of which she has several, especially since she is a beautiful girl who has not yet been officially engaged since her parents are waiting for her aperture awakening to officially betroth her to someone. This is for a simple reason. Imagine how horrible it would be if they had already engaged her to some common rank 1 GU master with AC grade talent, but then Yulian awakened as an A or B grade talent that would allow her to marry into one of the great families of the clan, but she couldn't because she was with a common rank 1 GU master. So her mother decided to wait as a precaution. GU Lu, I'm sorry, but I'm busy taking care of the garden so I won't be able to continue the conversation. Yulian speaks apologetically, lying so she can return to reading her book, which she is much more interested in than in this conversation. No problem, sorry for disturbing you, Leonor. The young man apologizes before greeting Yulian one last time before leaving the shop since his time is also limited. Yulian, seeing the young man leave, happily exits the shop and returns to the living room of her house where she was reading the book in an armchair by the window while drinking some tea made from herbs grown by herself. It seems no matter the world, I will always be a bookworm. She speaks jokingly to herself as she returns to reading the biography of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, whom she admires most of all the 7 that have ever existed. Using wood to overcome fire, if only someone had achieved the same in my world. In this chapter she reads now, it talks about the battle in which Genesis Lotus put an end to the disdain people had for the early wood path, which before Genesis Lotus was considered a flawed path since it could easily be suppressed and destroyed by the fire path, one of the oldest paths in the GU world, just as there were no high-level attack methods for wood path. If only some wood mage from my world had achieved the same. Yulian murmurs as she remembers her original world, which unlike this one, was governed by magic and wizards. Of which wood mages were one of the most underestimated types of mages since wood magic was extremely weak and easily countered by fire magic, so it was never used in combat or was the main magic of a renowned major nation since the primary use for wood magic was for agriculture or support in potion creation. The fact that wood magic was always used by countries for agriculture and other types of basic needs, only ended up attracting mages of low talent or status, which prevented this type of magic from ever developing greatly, since the great geniuses always chose types of magic that would allow them to reach the pinnacle of the mage world, not just become prestigious farmers. And she still remembers how after she managed to be approved at one of the best magic academies in her nation, all the teachers at the magic academy vehemently recommended that she not waste her talent and time to become a wood mage. But she decided to follow this path anyway because of her love for herbalism, so she made it her life goal to make wood magic a prestigious form of magic. Unfortunately, I was never able to fulfill that dream, she says, thinking about how she, like several third-grade acolytes like her, died because of a failed experiment that killed everyone in an explosion of flames that got out of control. Well, and in this world, someone has already fulfilled my dream for me, but I still have the path to become greater than this venerable ancestor. She still remembers the shock that hit her after waking up in another world, and even more so the happiness for this new chance, especially when she saw the people of this world who used GU instead of magic, but through this method of GU, they used its version of wood magic, which they called wood path, as one of the most prestigious paths in the world. And all of this is thanks to the one she admires most in this world, Genesis Lotus, as he was the creator of the wood path, and not only that, but he used the wood path to become one of the 7 people at the top of the human race and are denominated by all as venerables. Hey brother, let's celebrate my luck in getting this wood sword GU. And you even said that rock gambling was a waste of time and money. A young man with an excited expression speaks to another who has a similar expression, probably because they are brothers. Yu Lian, who reads her book in an armchair near the window, easily hears the commotion outside her house, which she is already accustomed to because her house is on one of the busiest streets of the clan, which is great for business but terrible for reading in peace. Don't let this moment of luck blind you. Besides, real luck would be to obtain a blood sword. The young man retorts against his brother, who has been teasing him all morning because he finally won a rank 1 GU after losing without winning anything for months. Ah, come on, you know that's impossible. This blood path that you admire so much isn't even more than 10 years old. How can it be won in the rocks? The young man said before receiving an irritated look from his brother, which made him realize that going around saying that his brother admired an enemy's creations was not the wisest thing to do. Blood path. Hearing about this greatly interested her since the creator of these GU is greatly known on Mount Longwashan, besides being admired by the vast majority of girls from the 3 clans who see him as a powerful and heroic GU master who at just 18 years old is a rank 3 acolyte, being the greatest genius to appear among the clans in the last 100 years. But Yu Lian's interest is only partially because she has a small crush on Chen Wei, as her main reason is another. I wonder if he is also from my world. This thought comes to her mind because this blood path created by Chen Wei is extremely similar to the abilities of blood warlocks, which were greatly infamous in her world for their cruel and evil methods, as well as being the greatest combat force among all forms of magic. I wonder if even the legendary Genesis Lotus could be the same. The girl returns to her reveries, which range from suppositions about whether other people could be from another world like her, as well as thinking about which GU she can choose for the awakening ceremony at the beginning of the year, because after seeing the capabilities of the wood path, she resolutely decided to follow the path of a GU master instead of the magic of her ancient world. This comes because the GU system already presents infinitely greater development for wood-type powers, but also for the power system of her world, which was divided into Acolyte, Mage, Grand Mage, Archmage, Supreme Mage, each of these levels being divided from weakest 3rd grade, to the middle of them the 2nd grade, to the strongest 1st grade. The power system of mages, from what she can see, is equivalent to that of GU masters, with an Acolyte being equivalent to a rank 1 and a Supreme Mage being equivalent to a rank 5, she imagines, but this world has something more, which is the Immortals, a concept that didn't even exist in her world. Besides, in this world, the cultivation of GU is much simpler and faster than learning magic, which usually takes at least centuries and more centuries to reach the level of a Supreme Mage. Well, I have already determined that after awakening my aperture, I will cultivate diligently until I bring the wood path to the top of the world, just like in the time of Genesis Lotus. The girl speaks animatedly as if nothing could go wrong since she doesn't fully understand the cruelty of this world or know about the deplorable state of almost destruction that her clan is going through because in the eyes of normal GU masters, the armistice organized between the clans will last for a few years. Yu Lian dear, I need you to get burning bamboo shoots. Snapped out of her reverie, Yu Lian hears her mother's voice coming from the shop, then sighs weakly before going to the greenhouse to get what her mother asked for as quickly as possible as she did last time. But as soon as she opens the door of the greenhouse, her vision is dominated by endless darkness that seems to take away all her senses like sight, hearing, and touch for a few moments before they return, but now Yu Lian is in a completely different place from her house. She is in a spacious cave, with reddish walls and a large hole in the ceiling, allowing the entry of light. The appearance suggests that it was a laboratory a long time ago, now almost in ruins, covered by vegetation. Books and materials are scattered haphazardly on the floor. Please, wake up please. My God, what happened to you my love, where are we? Yu Lian hears a cry of despair, and her eyes follow where the voice is coming from to see a girl she doesn't recognize embracing a young man she quickly recognized as the Blood Prince who is lying on the floor with his clothes torn to shreds but with his body intact, without the slightest scratch. Yu Lian quickly connects the dots to imagine that the girl embracing the Blood Prince is Wang Mei, one of the great beauties of Longwishan Mountain and his wife, and seems desperate with this unexpected turn of events. But before Yu Lian could say anything, she feels a strong wind advancing with full force as if it could destroy the world towards the unconscious Blood Prince on the ground, so she quickly turns her head to see where this attack is coming from to see Feng Hua, also one of the beauties of Longwishan Mountain, with her hand extended and a cold face. Quickly, Yu Lian closes her eyes in despair while thinking about how to escape since she fears being the next one to be attacked. But without letting her think too much, the thunderous sound of the attack hitting a nearby wall makes her fall to the ground, trembling with fear of dying again. Suddenly, the darkness that caused a loud buzzing in his head, depriving him of his senses of sight, touch, and hearing, seemed to have engulfed Chen Wei's world for endless centuries, yet at the same time for such a brief moment that it hardly seemed real. And as quickly as it arrived the darkness vanishes as if it had never existed. The first sensation Chen Wei feels after the darkness disappears is someone embracing him tightly, while he feels his chest soaked as if by someone's tears. Upon looking at his body, he discovers it's Wang Mei. Mayor, what happened? Why are you like this? I only remember an old. But before he could finish his query, Wang Mei quickly advances, embracing his neck and kissing him, tears streaming from her eyes. Oh my God. I was so worried that this might have been a wisdom path attack and that you might not wake up. She speaks while holding him close. As for her, these few minutes when he was unconscious were the longest of her life, especially after Chen Wei repeatedly informed her about the capabilities of immortals and the wisdom path. Mayor, it's okay, I'm here, nothing will happen to me. I won't leave your side. Chen Wei, seeing Wang Mei's tearful state, instinctively brings his left hand to stroke her head, which, upon realizing his action, leaves him shocked. The reason is simple, he shouldn't have this arm since he lost it in battle. However, as he had just awakened and his attention was focused on Wang Mei, only now does he notice that, just like his arm, his entire body is healed, without the slightest injury, not even the fatigue of battle weighing on him. Mayor, was it you who healed? Seeing this unexpected situation, he can only ask Wang Mei if she healed him to the point of bringing his arm back, which is unlikely, or if she knows who did it, which is much more likely, but he is interrupted in the middle of his sentence by footsteps. Ah, that path was a dead end, but it show. Feng Hua speaks as she returns after exploring one of the tunnels in the cave, as she has been determined to leave this place. However, she is interrupted mid-sentence when she feels a suffocating killing aura advancing towards her. She quickly turns her head towards a piercing blood killer move advancing towards her, but unexpectedly to Chen Wei, who has his hand extended after making his attack. Despite the slight shock on Feng Hua's face, she doesn't attempt to retreat or defend herself. Ah, so that's it. Chen Wei murmurs with a complicated expression on his face as he sees his killer move dissolve just before hitting Feng Hua's body, as if an invisible and unbreakable barrier were surrounding her. Of course, Chen Wei, still with his battle intent at its peak after coming out of a deadly battle against 3 rank 3 GU masters, instinctively attacks Feng Hua without hesitation. However, even his continuous use of the blood soul baby to try to attack Feng Hua's soul fails. None of us can harm each other, she tried before when you were unconscious. Wang Mei whispers to Chen Wei as he gets up from the ground, not wanting to be at a disadvantage against the enemy. I guess that's why both Mayor and I are still alive, right? Chen Wei doesn't take his gaze off Feng Hua, who also looks at him with a serious expression on her face, along with a hint of scorn, probably because she's no longer afraid of him since he can't harm her either. So, do you happen to know how we ended up here? Also, are you sure you reached a dead end? Chen Wei speaks while looking at Feng Hua, still mostly focused on figuring out a way to kill her. Well, I saw with my own eyes that it was a dead end, and if I knew how we ended up here, I would have left already. Feng Hua speaks with annoyance on her face, speaking to someone trying to kill her, although she tried to do the same. If she was telling the truth, she also has no idea how she ended up here. Feng Hua points to a corner that is full of books in the cave. Chen Wei quickly shifts his gaze to see a girl with purple hair sitting in a corner of the cave, with one of the books scattered on the ground in her hand, reading attentively as if she weren't in the same dangerous situation as them. From what he observes from the girl's aura, she's just a mortal, which her appearance confirms, as she doesn't act like a GU master would in this situation. Ah, her name is Yu Lian. From what she said, she comes from the Shang Mao clan and was the daughter of two relatively wealthy GU masters who had in her ballistic shop. Wang Mei quickly speaks, seeing the doubt in Chen Wei's eyes as he looks at the girl neither of them knew before as his eyes lit up as if he had made an important decision. Well, by the fact that you two are also here, I guess you're not from this world either. After hearing these words, the three girls are completely shocked. Wang Mei didn't expect him to reveal their otherworldly demon status so casually, considering he emphasized not letting anyone know they were otherworldly demons. For the other two, it's shocking that this would even come out of Chen Wei's mouth. How do you know? You're not from this world either. Feng Hua speaks with an incredulous expression. Are you like me? Are you a blood warlock? Yu Lian, who is reading her book, now pays attention to him, her eyes widened as if she had seen a ghost, focused on Chen Wei. Listening to both their exclamations, Chen Wei sighs as he rethinks his plans in his head. Now that he's sure of why they're in this unknown cave, revealing this secret, even though he can't harm them, is worth it because it might be the slight difference that allows him and Wang Mei to leave here alive. Well, yes, Mayor and I are also otherworldly demons, but I'm not what you would call a blood warlock, as my world didn't have magic as I imagine yours does from this name. Yu Lian nods, hearing Chen Wei's words, which she has no way to confirm whether they're true or not, but the way he speaks makes her think he's not lying. Why did you call yourself a demon, and what is this magic? Is it like GU? Feng Hua looks at Chen Wei suspiciously while keeping her guard up against him. That's the name people in this world give us. You haven't heard about it because our clans are just mortal clans. As for magic, I don't know how it works in my world. This concept only appeared in stories. Chen Wei speaks honestly since he sees no reason to lie about it. Magic is different from GU because we'd have to memorize spells as well as use magic crystals of our element to enhance the quality of our magic core, which would be like an aperture. Also, most magic was elemental, unlike the GU paths in this world. Feng Hua speaks with some apprehension since it's probably difficult for her to calmly talk about something that was a big secret of hers. Well, in my world, we had martial Taoists. They could basically only exert the equivalent of strength path of this world. Feng Hua speaks hesitantly to decide whether to tell the truth or not, which she ultimately does, but of course, she doesn't mention that the peak of martial Taoist strength was equivalent to a rank 3 strength path GU master. That's really interesting to me, as well as Mayor, because things like magic or GU and a person being as strong as an army are just fanciful stories in our worlds, since our worlds focus on something called technology. Chen Wei, who is now poking the cave wall in various ways to confirm it's real, speaks calmly. He still vividly remembers the conversation he had with Wang Mei about them being otherworldly demons, which led him to discover that she comes from the German Empire of the early 20th century. But even more surprising is that this German Empire is not the same as his worlds, as he also found out that the history in her world is completely different from his. For example, Portugal and Spain formed a single country called Iberia, or Russia never formed as a country, just as the Ottoman Empire never rose to power, Among many other differences, like a great war where most European countries joined forces to defeat France, similar to the Napoleonic Wars in his world, but at least Wang Mei said her people called it the Franco-Prussian War because of the main German kingdom at the time. But none of this surprised him as much as Wang Mei's description of the technology in her world, which, if he had to describe in one word, would be steampunk. This is because of things like autonomous robots, high-tech weapons, people using robotic prosthetics, as well as large airships that use steam power. For Wang Mei, she was also extremely surprised to hear about things like electricity, mini-computers, internet networks, and especially atomic bombs and space exploration technologies. What are you trying to figure out by touching that wall? Yu Lian snaps him out of his reverie as she asks him curiously, receiving a nod from Feng Hua who wonders the same. Well, I'm trying to verify if this wall is real or just the effect of a wisdom path method. Chen Wei doesn't believe that the immortal who brought them here wants to kill him because if he did, he would have already done so. However, he still maintains his cautious nature. Not even the greatest wisdom path specialist would be able to do that. This path only has the ability to make grand plans and deductions with a small capacity to create illusions, right? Feng Hua has some knowledge about the capabilities of the wisdom path and knows that this isn't one of them. Not for mortal GU masters, but the one who brought us here is probably an immortal, at least rank 7 or above. Finishing his inspection of the wall without finding anything suspicious, although he didn't think he would, as he believes this is the arrangement of an immortal, but it's better to be sure. Immortals, rank 7, you seem to have an incredibly large amount of information for someone who came from a world without GU. Feng Hua speaks with great suspicion, a sentiment even Wang Mei agrees with since Chen Wei never told her where this knowledge came from, as he said this knowledge could put her at risk. Ah, in my world, we have a famous story that tells about this world. I believe that maybe because of another otherworldly demon like us. Chen Wei sighs as he reveals half-truths about his knowledge of this world. Of course, the reason Chen Wei is revealing this is only because he's sure this information has already been compromised, as the immortal who brought them to this place must have already read the minds of all of them, and he has several reasons to believe this. Firstly, something the other 3 girls can't notice due to a lack of knowledge in the blood path is that these red cave walls were artificially made using blood path methods, which he noticed after inspecting the wall. Secondly, despite the blood soul baby being a mortal GU, it still shouldn't have been so easily stopped by a method left in this time when people don't even know about the existence of the soul path. Therefore, he believes the immortal found out about the GU in his aperture and preemptively created a countermeasure. And besides, according to what Chen Wei knows about the abilities of an immortal, it's possible that Wang Mei, Feng Hua, and Yu Lian aren't even here and are just illusions. At this point, he's even wondering if all his time in the GU world was just an illusion created by an immortal. What do you mean, a story like one of the Venerable's biographies? Yu Lian quickly becomes interested in this incredible concept of a story written in another world depicting facts from another world. Not exactly, as it followed the biography of another otherworldly demon like us. In fact, most of my knowledge about the Venerable's lives came from reading in this world. Chen Wei now looks at the other 2 paths of this cave that remained after Feng Hua fully explored one that led her to a dead end. So what exactly do you know because of this story? Feng Hua asks, but this falls on deaf ears as Chen Wei is no longer interested in answering her and simply calls Wang Mei to follow him down one of the 2 paths he randomly chose. Hey, you're not going to answer now, remember we're in this together. Hey, Feng Hua starts to follow Chen Wei and Wang Mei, who head down the path. Ah, I'll tell you along the way what I know that can help us survive. Hey, girl from the Xianxia clan. Do you plan on just reading there alone until you die, or do you want to come escape too? Yu Lian, hearing Chen Wei's call, is quickly snapped out of her reverie about how a story could span from one world to another and starts following them too. Thus, while being observed by the shadows, the 4 otherworldly demons follow the path, with their suspicion of each other decreasing greatly with each passing second. Of course, this isn't entirely because they're innocent people who trust others easily, since apart from Wang Mei and Chen Wei, all here are strangers. But still, the tension and mistrust between them decrease greatly because there's nothing they mere GU masters can do against an immortal's manipulation methods. So as you can see, in my world, I heard about the GU world in this set of tales about an otherworldly demon. The stories aren't the most detailed and explanatory. In fact, they even resemble the legends of Ren Zhu in their writing. Chen Wei finishes telling a story he had prepared some time ago to justify his knowledge as he leads the way, prepared to be the first line of defense if any danger arises. Of course, this is mainly to defend Wang Mei, who has cultivation at rank 2 initial stage, but now that she's pregnant, she can't fight with all her strength. In fact, despite not showing it much, he is extremely worried about Wang Mei's health, especially for their child in her belly who could easily end up getting hurt or even dying in the worst case, since babies in gestation are extremely fragile and also pose risks to the mother, even with cases of low-rank GU masters dying in childbirth. It seems that your theory of some immortal GU master from this world ending up in your world isn't so unfounded if this story is true. Feng Hua speaks while walking behind Chen Wei, paying total attention to the surroundings, prepared to defend against any danger. Well, it would really be more useful if the story were written like a biography, but I think just information about immortal ranks and tribulations, as well as the capability of paths like the wisdom path, are an immeasurable treasure. Yu Lian speaks, prompting Chen Wei to nod in agreement since he revealed certain true information with the objective of gaining some of their trust, since they might be necessary for this possible immortal inheritance. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here with him and Wang Mei. Furthermore, at this point, with 4 otherworldly demons at the same time in a small mountain like Longwushan, he is completely certain that this has the hand of some venerable who probably plans something with them, so Chen Wei knows it will be practically impossible for him to kill them even if he tenses with all his might. All right. Wang Mei speaks while nodding her head, not wanting to say much since she knows the story he told is false because he used the Blood Love GU to communicate with her before and warn her about it, since their engagement pact could cause a negative reaction due to him lying openly to her. Well, putting that aside, the most important thing about the story is that it reveals the special status of otherworldly demons like us, so it's likely that whoever brought us here has a plan in mind. Chen Wei is clear, having a main suspect for this, which would be the thieving heaven demon Venerable who, like him, is an otherworldly demon, and not only that but is also one of the legendary Venerables. Furthermore, something has repeatedly crossed Chen Wei's mind since he woke up in this place. Those are the words of the old man with a crazy appearance that he didn't know how but who managed to sneak under his watch to touch Chen Wei's body directly, which probably has something to do with how he ended up here. That phrase is of course, haha, ahaha, ahahahaha, incredible, as expected of the future Venerable with the greatest killing strength. This greatly confuses Chen Wei because he knows exactly that an existence like a Venerable is fated from birth, just as he knows that the fated Venerable of this era should be Giant Sun, who was born in one of the tribes of the Northern Plains. Of course, it is simply possible that the old man was just a madman who luckily managed to sneak up on him without being noticed, but every time this thought arises in Chen Wei's mind, his instinct quickly denies it as if it were utter nonsense. It is also possible that the knowledge from the novel about who the future Venerable after thieving heaven is wrong, and if that's the case, this is very important for Chen Wei, who now, taking this into account, rethinks a great number of his plans and ideas for the future. By the way, what's in those books that you want to bring so many of them? Wang Mei asks curiously to Yu Lian, who is carrying several books with difficulty. Well, most of them are just some romances or mortal stories that I like to read, so I brought them with me, Yu Lian responds with a bit of embarrassment while handing over 1 or 2 books for Wang Mei to see for herself. This romance is called Ho Mei Wu and Chu Li Yi. It's a romance type, right? Wang Mei speaks to Yu Lian as she wants to ease the tension between them, but suddenly she sees that Chen Wei has stopped and looks at the book with a complicated expression. Mayor, can I see this book? Chen Wei speaks as he turns around and takes the book from Wang Mei's hands. You're interested in romances now. What's different about this one that makes you want to see it? Feng Hua speaks with doubt as she approaches to see the content of the book that Chen Wei is reading. The name is similar to a book from my world, and now that I read the content, it's the same. Chen Wei clearly refers to the globally famous Romeo and Juliet, which is one of the most well-known novels from Earth and somehow ended up in this world. Can I look at the others? Chen Wei speaks, met with a nod from Yu Lian, who hands the books to him, starting to flip through them. Oh, I know this one, it's The Tales of Cordoba, It's an adventure book that was a literary classic and quite famous in my world. Wang Mei speaks with an excited expression after recognizing something from her original world. It's possible that the person who created this cave was researching things related to other worlds that came to the GU world, right? Feng Hua speaks as she thinks about the possibility of all these books having been written by otherworldly demons who lived in the past. It's possible since we weren't the first otherworldly demons to come to this world, and according to the Blood Prince, even the legendary Thieving Heaven was one of his otherworldly demons. Yu Lian speaks as she looks at the books that she now knows are from another world, and although the ones she picked up don't belong to her world, in the place where they appeared in this cave, there were hundreds of books scattered on the ground, so it's possible that she could find a book from her world. While Yu Lian thinks about going back to search for a magic book from her world, Chen Wei's mind is distracted thinking about the possibility of just one book, Reverend Insanity, that if brought to this world would be an immeasurable treasure. But it doesn't even occur to Chen Wei to go back to search for the books hoping to find the Reverend Insanity book and maybe even a complete copy of the book, since if someone from this world had obtained such a treasure, they wouldn't leave it lying around among other common books, and also, whoever brought them here must already have all the knowledge of the book that was in Chen Wei's mind. It's better if we continue instead of going back to search for books or standing here doing nothing, Chen Wei speaks as he continues the path, quickly followed by Wang Mei and then by Feng Hua, who hesitates a bit before following him, but that's nothing compared to Yu Lian, who has the eyes of a sad puppy as she looks sadly in the direction they came from before following the group, since she didn't have the courage to go back alone. For now, I see three possibilities for us: either we'll have to face an immortal or a land spirit or a remaining will. Of these, the best would be if we encounter a land spirit, since that would indicate that we are in a blessed land and they also can't lie. Chen Wei doesn't mention his suspicion that this might be an illusion created by an immortal, since if that were the case, he wouldn't be able to do anything about it, so it's redundant to try to prepare for that alternative. If it's an immortal, we'll probably die, right? Feng Hua asks as she fills her head with the different cruel deaths they could have. That's less likely, since if an immortal existed here, we would already be facing them, but if that's the case, we'll probably become laboratory rats or something similar. Chen Wei speaks as he calmly walks when he begins to see the end of this path in the distance. Laboratory rats. What would that be? Yu Lian asks as she had never heard that term before. Well, it's a term that people— wait, look carefully, I think we got lucky with this path. Chen Wei changes his words before he can explain himself because he sees two 2-meter wooden doors side by side at the end of this path made of oak wood on the wall, as if it were the entrance to a grand mansion. Do you think this could be an exit? Feng Hua uses a wind path investigation GU to try to figure out what's behind the door, but is left with a disappointed expression when her GU can't even identify the existence of the door. It's quite possible that all paths lead to this place, but only when we're together does the door show itself to our eyes. This is one of Chen Wei's main theories and also the reason why he asked if Feng Hua was sure they had reached a dead end in the cave, as well as why he tried to gain the trust of Feng Hua and Yu Lian so they would follow him. I think it's unlikely that we'll be attacked passing through this door, but have your GU prepared anyway. After saying this, Chen Wei looks at Wang Mei, who is his biggest concern, so he keeps her close to him for when his quick reaction is necessary to save her, and then looks at Yu Lian, who is not a GU master, so she is the one in the greatest danger among them. Chen Wei then slowly approaches the door before placing his hand gently on the wooden surface while his mind wanders in thought for a moment in this important moment. If what that crazy old man said is true and I am fated to be a venerable, then this will be just another of the opportunities that present themselves on my path. Just as this may be just the place of my cruel death, either way, I will advance without ever fearing or hesitating. Chen Wei puts his strength to push the door, which was too heavy for a common mortal to open, and even for Chen Wei with a rank 3 GU master status, it wasn't an easy task as he expected. This is quite unexpected. Wang Mei, who is next to Chen Wei, murmurs seeing the door now open, revealing a large luxurious hall full of bookshelves as well as places for experiments and some statues of people placed prominently. This is in much better condition than the books outside. It must have been the main study room of the owner of this cave. Yu Lian speaks with an excited expression seeing the various books and research materials, but she doesn't dare to be the first to enter because if there were any kind of trap, she wouldn't even have time to blink before dying. But before she could think more about the content of the books inside this place, she sees Chen Wei advancing slowly while surrounded by a blood armor, but instead of his gaze being on the books, it's on a GU material on one of the research tables. Heavenly Spring Water, a legendary rank 5 GU material according to my grandfather. The clan has 300 milliliters of this GU material, which is treated as one of the greatest treasures of the clan. Chen Wei speaks with an ecstatic face while holding in his hand a bottle of 3 liters of this heavenly spring water, which has a golden blue color and exudes a majestic and dominant aura. Rank 5 GU material. How is that possible? Look how many of those bottles there are. Yu Lian speaks pointing to one of the shelves that have dozens of 3-liter bottles filled with heavenly spring water. Yu Lian is the second to enter the room either out of great courage or lack of reason in her head. You worked with herbology, tell me if I'm wrong in saying that these are rank 5 materials. Chen Wei speaks as he hands Yu Lian an immortal lotus leaf, a rank 5 wood path GU material that would make any wood path cultivator fight to the death to obtain, but just on this research table, Chen Wei saw dozens of these leaves. How is this possible? Yu Lian, who recognized the leaf instantly, has a shocked expression since unlike the other 3, she is not a GU master so she can't feel the aura of the cultivation materials, being able to identify them only by her own knowledge. So this is the kind of wealth an immortal has. Wang Mei speaks as she enters the hall along with Feng Hua. Her surprise is genuine since despite hearing that this was the case from Chen Wei's mouth, seeing it for herself is a different experience. In fact, even Chen Wei himself, who knew that rank 5 materials were as cheap as grass for immortals, felt extremely impressed. As Chen Wei continues to search for more rare materials, he sees a large barrel made of Gaia wood, another rank 5 wood path material that could cause a bloodbath among various GU masters who would fight to the death to obtain it, but in this place, it's just used as wood to make a barrel that contains some liquid. Chen Wei quickly removes a cork that was on the barrel's lid to see what liquid was inside but ends up with a shocked expression when a strong blood aura that is suffocating even for him surges in an instant. Don't tell me it's the blood of a desolate beast, this would be the most. Kekekekekekek, it seems my visitors are really interested in these pitiful mortal materials. A voice that permeates the entire hall suddenly emerges without any prior warning. Kekekekeki, but it's to be expected since these insignificant crumbs would be like treasures to mortals. Kekekek. Chen Wei, as well as all 3 girls, instantly look in the direction from which the voice comes with their minds in total alert as well as great apprehension since they had looked around the room as well as used investigative methods that confirmed the room was empty. The insolent junior greets the legendary immortal. Chen Wei without hesitation kneels as he communicates with Wang Mei through the blood love GU for her to do the same without worrying about her honor or prestige since he knows it won't matter at all if this immortal gets angry and wants to kill them for the insolent attitude. Kekekekeki, there's no need for that since you are my guests, and I don't want to be a bad host. The voice becomes clearer amidst the laughter and fast words. Kekekekek, besides, I am not worthy to have a future venerable and his legendary wives kneeling before me, a mere foolish toad. Hearing these words, Chen Wei lifts his head, as well as stops kneeling, and looks forward to where the voice is coming from, which he can now see as the one who speaks, which surprises Chen Wei quite a bit. This is because instead of the appearance of an old and slightly crazy human as the voice indicates, he sees a small green toad sitting on a red armchair with gold decorations. But he knows that this toad is not a common animal since he exudes an incredible aura while he wears a red outfit under a green coat that along with his long white hair and beard give him the appearance of a wise fantastical animal like in one of the fantasy stories from Earth. Kekeki, then tell me, Junior, are you willing to take this foolish old toad called Kwang Luo Tuo as your master for a little while? Kekekek. The toad, which is a little over 30 centimeters tall but has a magnificent and almost infinite aura, speaks with a big smile and an insane appearance on his face. Then, Honorable Immortal Kwang Luo Tuo, if I may ask, what would be the benefits of becoming your disciple? Chen Wei speaks slowly, with great apprehension, but seeing the toad's friendly attitude, he decides to ask the question. Of course, this comes from the respectful treatment the toad has shown him, as well as calling him a future venerable, which, according to Chen Wei's understanding, if true, would make Fate Gu prevent Kwang Luo Tuo from killing him if he tried. Kekeki, well, young one, you are indeed quite courageous, so I will tell you the 4 incredible advantages you will gain by becoming my disciple. The small toad rises from his armchair and begins to walk like a person towards Chen Wei's group. Well, first of all, you and your wives will have the immeasurable honor of learning cultivation from me, Kuang Luo Tuo, a legendary rank 8 immortal. The small toad strikes a proud pose, raising the staff he holds in his hand to point to the sky as if declaring a dramatic line in a play. Hey, what do you mean by wives? I'm the only wife of Chen Wei, these two don't even belong to our clan. Before Chen Wei could say anything, Wang Mei shouts at the toad with an irritated expression on her face. Mayor, you shouldn't speak to the honorable immortal like that. Chen Wei tries to correct Wang Mei, as he is worried that Kuang Luo Tuo might cause harm to her due to her insolence, but he is interrupted by the toad himself. Kekakik, women from the southern border are really possessive. Of course, I mean that these two girls are fated to be Chen Wei's wives, just like you, little girl. The toad speaks as he jumps onto the table where Chen Wei had found the bottles of heavenly spring water. What do you mean by fated? I don't plan on becoming one of the harem women of the Blood Prince, and I think the same goes for Yu Lian. Feng Hua speaks nervously before seeing Yu Lian nod apprehensively, afraid to anger the toad, who from his appearance, they never imagined to be a legendary immortal. And do you two beauties think I wanted to become a little green toad? Kekakek, but we small characters can only accept silently the determinations of fate. Kuang Luo Tuo points the staff at the two girls while speaking amidst his laughter. Can we set that aside for now and focus on the benefits you mentioned? Chen Wei speaks, feeling a cold stare from Wang Mei directed at him as if he were already guilty of marrying other women, although he had done absolutely nothing. Wise disciple doesn't want to complicate things and then end up sleeping alone, Kekakik. Kuang Luo Tuo, amid the angry looks of the three girls, gets off the table to the blood barrel that Chen Wei had opened earlier but had now closed with the cork again. Well, as the second benefit, I will ensure that during the time you are my disciple, you will achieve master level in attainment in blood path. Kuang Luo Tuo speaks as he removes the cork from the barrel, which quickly fills the hall with an extremely strong smell of blood that dominates the entire environment. For this, I will continue to guide your cultivation, but now with all my strength and resources, like this desolate beast's blood. Kuang Luo Tuo finishes his sentence and strikes a pose again, as if he were a businessman selling his business idea to potential investors. What do you mean by, continue? Unless my memory has been wiped, this is the first time I've interacted with the honored immortal. Chen Wei speaks with doubt on his face, which is also shared by the three girls beside him. Kekakik, the arrogance of the new generation is truly so great that it can even blind the greatest genius of a generation. Kuang Luo Tuo takes a small jump to reach Chen Wei's head and gives him a little tap with his staff on his head before sitting back down on the barrel. This is your punishment for not seeing MT. Tai, Kekakik, well, and how I've been helping you all this time, that's obvious, and I've been helping you with your creation of new blood path GU. Kuang Luo Tuo speaks with an expression as if he were saying obvious things like water is wet and grass is green. Well, I always found it truly incredible how the Blood Prince could create so many powerful GU as if they were child's play. Feng Hua speaks with a sense of pride regained now that she imagines, by the toad's words, that despite Chen Wei still being a genius, his genius is not as challenging to the heavens as she imagined. So, the blood path GU were created by the immortal. I suppose, at least. Yu Lian, who has been silent until now, suddenly speaks, imagining how significant this help might have been. Of course, it wasn't that. I guess it was some wisdom path method to help in my generation and thought processing, right? Without letting this theory take root, Chen Wei quickly asks Kuang Luo to something that seems much more plausible in his mind. Kekakekaki, did the idea of the blood path not being your creation hurt your pride a little? Kekakekaki, well, leaving that aside, yes, you're correct in your assumption. Kuang Luo puts a finger into the blood barrel and then puts the finger in his mouth as if he were tasting a delicious food. But you really have reason to be proud. What you've done in these few years with a little of my help is more than any normal person could do with all my cultivation resources. Even I, after thousands of years of research and spending an immeasurable amount of resources, have only achieved a master attainment in blood path, but you, if you could cultivate just a few more years in peace, you could achieve that level. Ah, it's truly a pity. As if remembering a sad topic, the toad's animation quickly falls, while a worried and irritated expression takes over his face. Immortal Toad, if it's not too intrusive of me, why are you so determined to help Chen Wei? And how can you be so sure that he is fated to be one of the legendary venerables like those in the stories? Wang Mei, seeing the toad's mood plummet, tries to change the subject while asking something that has been worrying not only her but everyone here. Well, you wouldn't fully understand, but fate is stable and practically immutable, so any wisdom path immortal with enough skill could discover what the future venerable would be like, Kekiki. As if relieved not to have to think about what makes him sad, the toad cheerfully responds. I was just the most skillful of all, so I discovered that like the legendary thieving heaven, this venerable would also be an otherworldly demon, so as you can see from the books scattered around the cave, I started studying everything I could about otherworldly demons, Kekikik. At this point, Kwang Luota seems to have his enthusiasm completely restored, as he laughs loudly, almost bouncing with excitement amidst his words. Chen Wei remains silent as he listens to the exchange of words, using all his attention to assimilate the new information being revealed by Kwang Luota with each passing moment. Well, again, why are you so determined to help him? Yu Lian asks, as she knows that in this world, as in hers, there is no solidarity for no reason. Of course, she also has complicated feelings about the information the immortal toad reveals, which would indicate that this young man named Chen Wei in front of her would become as strong and magnanimous as the legendary venerables like Genesis Lotus, whom she admires with all her heart. Kekek, of course, even for that old bastard Duke Long who wouldn't want to be the master of a future venerable, although it's not my responsibility to be a Dao guardian, unfortunately. Kwang Luota starts his sentence laughing until he bursts into laughter again, quickly with a sad expression as if he were about to cry non-stop, which makes Chen Wei wonder if the toad has some kind of split personality disorder. Chen Wei, who sees the scene, now falls into another line of thought since he had begun to consider this possibility of the toad being his Dao guardian, which he still doesn't completely dismiss, only because of the toad's words, but which becomes more unlikely because of them. Well, you can continue to the third. Chen Wei, who looks at the blood of a desolate beast, which according to his belief, a single drop would be enough for him to refine almost infinite mortal blood path GU, but now is simply being drinked by the toad as if it were wine. Of course, my dear disciple, the third one would be an immortal inheritance in the paths of greatest talent for each of your wives and ALS. Kwang Luota is interrupted in the middle of his words by Chen Wei. And how would you be able to determine this path of greatest talent? If I may ask. The first part comes out of Chen Wei's mouth without him thinking much, as he has always been extremely interested in a way to measure someone's talent, which would be great for the development of a clan as he plans, but seeing that he might have been offensive to the immortal by interrupting him, he tries to fix his sentence. Kekikik, don't worry, I am a merciful master, it's not a problem to interrupt me now, but do it again, and I'll tear off your arm, Kekikik. Kwang Luota speaks in a way that changes his tone from happy to serious in a way that Chen Wei doesn't know if he's joking or not, but also doesn't want to risk his arm to find out. Kwang Luota makes a crystal ball appear out of nowhere as he puts it on the table in front of Chen Wei before activating some killer move that doesn't transmit even the slightest aura, but from what Chen Wei sees, he imagines it to be infinitely more complicated than his own killer moves. Put your hands on the crystal ball. Kwang Luota says, which makes Chen Wei's body respond on its own as if it weren't under his control, feeling like a spectator in his own body. So in an instant, Chen Wei's hands touched the crystal ball, which sent a freezing cold through his entire body, while the crystal ball, which was once bright white, now shows the image of a boundless sea of blood and sovereign aura that seems not to be rivaled even by the vastness of a completely black sky that has a deadly and oppressive aura over the world, which when combined with the sea of blood forms a uniform white light that exudes a human and calm aura. Kekikekiki, this is truly shocking. You know, I'm a wisdom and information path specialist and used this killer move routinely to evaluate the talent of immortals who asked and their descendants, but I think even all those talents together don't match yours, Kekik. Kwang Luota laughs like an insane person as Chen Wei looks at the crystal ball with a certain level of understanding that comes to his mind about what they mean. Blood, soul, and human, this is truly an extremely useful killer move. Chen Wei speaks, although unlike Kwang Luota, He cannot feel the magnitude of this talent, nor can he compare it to that of other people, but he knows just by the image he sees and by Kwang Luo Tu's words that this is impressive. Kekakik, of course, you also have other talents like refinement and sword path, but they are much smaller compared to your three main talents. Kwang Luo Tu takes the crystal ball in his hands and makes it disappear as if it had never existed. Well, to continue what I was saying, also, since I don't have an immortal inheritance in the blood path, I will give you information about a certain inheritance of 3 kings that you want so much. Chen Wei, seeing the toad's words, is not surprised that he knows this, as Chen Wei believes that all his thoughts have already been read by the toad, especially now that he has discovered that the toad is a wisdom and information path immortal. Well, that's useful since I really didn't know how to solve the problem of finding this inheritance. Chen Wei sighs as he tries to make the best of the situation he is in now. Kekakekik, well, for the 4th and final benefit, you will have to agree to become my disciple before I reveal it. Kekakekiki, these words coming from the toad followed by his crazy laughter make all 4 of them have complicated expressions on their faces, especially Chen Wei. Well, I don't know if it's insolence to ask, but can't we give our opinion on this? Feng Hua, who is usually confident and precise, asks with hesitation and fear before the immortal who could kill her with a wave of his hand. No, Kwang Luo Tu didn't even bother to turn his head to answer Feng Hua, as he kept all his attention on Chen Wei, who had a complicated expression on his face. Well, if we are fated to be his wives, Yu Lian begins to speak but is quickly silenced by a look full of murderous intent from Wang Mei, who is beside her. Ah, what choice do I really have in the end? This is the thought that crosses Chen Wei's mind, who cares little about what the girls are saying about it because now he has all his attention on this decision, which is probably the most important of his life. But the more he thinks, the less of a choice it seems to be since even taking away the infinite benefits of saying yes, he still couldn't say no to the immortal who, although theoretically cannot really kill him if he is fated to be a venerable, can make his life until he gets there a complete hell. Furthermore, despite this immortal toad, up until now, aside from the threat of ripping his arm off, having acted in an educated and cheerful manner towards Chen Wei, he knows that anyone capable of becoming an immortal of rank 8 in the wisdom path must be someone perspicacious and cruel. Therefore, he must have given this choice knowing that Chen Wei would be forced to accept it, especially since he always refers to Chen Wei as a disciple even before his response. Well, I agree to become your disciple, Master Kwang Luo Tu, and I hope you will accept me as your disciple. Seeing no other option, Chen Wei decides to at least begin this period of being a disciple under Kwang Luo Tu's goodwill. Kekakekik, wise choice, my disciple. Kwang Luo Tu speaks cheerfully while tapping his staff on the ground. Well, now you can tell me the loss. Chen Wei is interrupted in the middle of his words by a chilling sensation in his chest, causing him to quickly inspect his body to see a black tattoo with tribal appearance that appeared out of nowhere but now covers half of his chest. This is the effect of your words, being an information path master-disciple pact between us, Kekakik. The immortal toad jumps off the barrel full of blood to stand on the research table. Well, as promised, the 4th and final benefit is, we will together refine the world's first immortal GU of the blood path. Kwang Luo Tu says, raising his staff in the air while striking a pose as if he were a majestic and imposing knight, which could make someone laugh because of how it contrasts with the appearance of the small toad. But the 4 people who witness this scene and hear what comes out of Kwang Luo Tu's mouth have no humor to laugh, as they are completely shocked beyond their own beliefs by the toad's declaration, which could even shock the heavens themselves. Some quick announcements, guys. And lastly, I recommend everyone to check out this new Reverend Insanity fanfic. 1. Reverend Insanity, Mystery Prying Immortal Venerable by Moist_Bedbugs. 2. Reverend Insanity, Otherworldly Demon Venerable by Photo Hatab. Isn't the first blood path immortal GU in the world the human blood GU that appeared in the legends of Ren Zhu? After hearing the words of the immortal toad, Chen Wei asked with great curiosity. He had always wondered if it belonged to the blood path or the human path since reading the part of the legends of Ren Zhu where this GU appeared, but he had never been able to get a concrete answer until now. The words of Kwang Luo Tu reminded him of this GU, which he now believed belonged to the human path instead of the blood path, making logical sense now that Chen Wei thought about it. After all, the human blood was never mentioned by Giant Sun when he was crazily searching for blood path GU in the novel. Moreover, the human blood GU was not used alone by Ren Zhu, he also used the human soul GU, which was never mentioned in the novel either. Additionally, the way the soul was cultivated usually involved animal souls, just as Spectral Soul's grand method was to create a desolate soul. Hearing Chen Wei's question, Kuang Luotu's face became extremely serious, and he exuded the aura of a great elder about to impart significant wisdom to a junior. "And what did I say?" Kuang Luotu asked with a serious expression, as if his last words had never left his mouth. "As I said before, we will create the first blood path GU since the time of the great human ancestor Ren Zhu." Kekekekek. Chen Wei was left speechless by the shamelessness of the toad, who obviously forgot about the existence of the human blood GU. "Yeah, sure," Chen Wei murmured softly after Kuang Luotu finished laughing, which left the room in an uncomfortable silence as he wondered how an immortal of the wisdom and information path could forget something so basic. The Legends of Ren Zhu. "Why are you taking this children's bedtime story seriously?" Feng Hua asked the first question that came to her mind, breaking the uncomfortable silence. She says this because it is common knowledge that when Ren Zhu created humans, he used the human blood and human soul in the derivation GU. And according to the legends of Ren Zhu, these GU inhabit the strongest human blood as well as the strongest human soul. Ah, what a great question. For you mortals who can't see Mount Tai, the legends of Ren Zhu are the greatest inheritance of the human path that exists. Chen Wei saw Kuang Luotu answer happily, seemingly relieved to find an easy escape from his embarrassment. Of course, for Chen Wei, this was neither a great surprise nor new information. As a reader of the novel, he was always aware of the depths of the legends of Ren Zhu, which were extremely valuable even to venerables. But for the three girls listening, their expressions showed disbelief. They never imagined that the simple story, which even a mortal child knew by heart, could be the greatest inheritance of this human path they had never heard of before Kuang Luotu mentioned it. "In speaking of inheritances, I have to deliver yours. Of course, I need to verify your talents first." As he spoke, the crystal ball from earlier appeared again, floating above him. Chen Wei's attention was once again drawn to the crystal ball, which he imagined to be a killer move. He planned to ask Kuang Luotu about a mortal version he could use in the future to greatly benefit the vigorous development of the Heian clan. Well, who wants to be first?" Kekekek, Kuang Luotu asked with great curiosity in his voice. Chen Wei thought it was probably curiosity about the talents of people he knew were fated to become powerful. "HMPH. I am Weier's wife, so I will go first." Chen Wei looked strangely at Wang Mei, who called him that for the first time, besides declaring loudly something everyone knew, that she was Chen Wei's wife. "Kekekeki, you got yourself a jealous one, didn't you, my disciple?" Kuang Luotu walked as a person would despite his toad body, approaching Wang Mei with the crystal ball following him. "I don't see what's jealous about just stating a fact, right, Chen Wei?" Wang Mei said, blinking innocently like a girl who didn't know what she said wrong. "Kekekek, maybe yes, maybe I'm just used to the subservient attitude of the women of the northern plains," Kuang Luotu said, handing the floating crystal ball to Wang Mei. "Are you from the northern plains? Are immortal toads common there? I heard that the men of the northern plains are uncultured barbarians, is that true?" Before anyone could say anything, Yu Lian, always curious, fired off questions like a machine gun. "Yes, of course, I'm from the northern plains. Can't you tell by my masculinity?" The small toad, just over 30 centimeters tall with a slim, fragile body that would seem harmless even to a mortal child, spoke proudly. "And just so you know, little insolent girl, I'm a pure human. This toad form is just a life extension method that I unfortunately had to resort to." Kuang Luotu's previously loud and cheerful voice grew quieter as the light green toad seemed to want to turn red with embarrassment, or so Chen Wei imagined, seeing his expression. Cough cough. "So can you tell us the meaning of the images in the crystal ball Mayer is holding?" Chen Wei quickly tried to change the subject, not because he wasn't interested in Kuang Luotu's past, but because he thought it more important to test their talents and receive the promised immortal inheritances. Of course, despite his appearance, Kuang Luotu was still an immortal. So, while he was speaking with Yu Lian, he not only easily activated an immortal killer move but had also already reached his conclusions by seeing and sensing the aura of the images in the crystal ball. Really impressive as expected of the wife of a venerable. Kuang Luota said, observing the crystal ball intently. Chen Wei, standing beside and also looking at the crystal ball, saw a vast and infinite sea of crystal clear blue water, exuberant and magnificent. But even more impressive were the behaviors of its waters. Some areas had furious storms that seemed to want to destroy the world, while right next to them were calm seas with not the slightest breeze, repeating throughout the sea. Of course, he could not perceive the emotions of rage, sadness, happiness, love, desolation, hope, and others that the different regions of the sea transmitted. At this moment, only Wang Mei and Kuang Luota could feel these complex and constantly changing emotions. Kekakik, it seems you will cause a great innovation that will affect the path of that old hag star constellation. Kuang Luota declared with a wide smile, like a child who had just received candy. Emotion path. I suspected as much. Actually, I feel it even more strongly than my talent in water path. Wang Mei had expected to have great talent in the water path since she had constantly received praise for her skill and quick learning in cultivation. What could be a slight surprise to her was the emotion path, which she had never heard of before from others. But after talking with Chen Wei before, she learned about this path, which had significant connections to the wisdom path, and since Chen Wei himself had noted her talent in this path, she expected this talent to appear as well. Well, about the water path, I have a rank 7 inheritance I got from a subordinate of mine in the past. Kuang Luota said as a bright white light appeared in front of his face, probably the effect of some information path killer move, as he reviewed the various immortal inheritances he possessed. And well, for the emotion path, I'll separate the parts related to emotion from my rank 8 wisdom path inheritance. Both Wang Mei and the others who heard Kuang Luotu's declarations felt extremely shocked, especially Chen Wei, who, among all the mortals present, had the greatest understanding of the immense value of a rank 7 inheritance and parts of a rank 8 inheritance. I don't know how to thank the honored immortal, but I am truly grateful from the bottom of my heart. Wang Mei, who, thanks to Chen Wei, had some notion of the value and rarity of an immortal inheritance, spoke with great emotion but did not attempt to bow in thanks due to her pregnant state. Kekakik, well, I accept a kiss. I heard in the stories of your world that this would turn me back into a human man. Kekakekaki. Kuang Luota spoke while laughing nervously as Chen Wei stared at him, questioning whether it was worth punching the small toad. Well, let's leave the jokes aside. You, the irritated girl, are next. Kuang Luota quickly moved away from Wang Mei when he sensed that Chen Wei had decided it was indeed worth the punch and approached Feng Hua. Yes, immortal, toad. Feng Hua spoke with a certain inner dissatisfaction but did not let it show in her voice to avoid irritating the toad as she took the crystal ball in her hands. Oh, Kekakaki, this is really incredible. I found a compatriot, I would say. Chen Wei heard the toad's words but did not understand their meaning, even as he looked at the crystal ball himself. In the crystal ball was the image of a sky full of great tornadoes and winds, with endless gales moving incessantly through the skies as if to destroy the heavens in their unending fury. But once again, there was something that Chen Wei himself could not notice. Only Feng Hua and Kuang Luota could see the detailed information about the strongest to the smallest winds assaulting the sky like powerful sovereigns. Ah, information path, unfortunately, it's a pity it's not your primary talent. But anyway, I will give you my complete rank 8 inheritance. Kuang Luota declared emphatically, promising to deliver a rank 8 inheritance that could spark endless blood baths if it were known to the outside world, but that Feng Hua will receive it like this without even having to lift a finger for it. Well, that also includes a rank 7 inheritance from the wind path that I have. So tell me, wife of my D. Hey, you insolent girl. Kuang Luota shouted in surprise after Wang Mei flicked his head as if he were some small animal and not a legendary rank 8 immortal. Chen Wei, seeing the whole situation, could barely breathe as his heart beat faster than it ever had in his life. His mind raced, thinking of how to convince the immortal toad not to try to kill Wang Mei for flicking him. A disrespectful little girl really flicked me, she's lucky I didn't feel any pain. But to Chen Wei's relief, who was prepared for Kuang Luotu's fury, the immortal merely muttered with a downcast expression while rubbing the spot where Wang Mei's flick had hit him. Well, I thank the honored immortal for this inheritance, Feng Hua said with a complicated expression, watching the legendary immortal walk like a wounded puppy after being scolded by Wang Mei, who had an innocent appearance and didn't seem very threatening. Chen Wei remained on guard as he watched the small toad, now with a melancholic expression, walk towards Yu Lian with the crystal ball floating behind him and moving into her hands. Well, curious girl, I see you have talent for both the wood path and the poison path, Kuang Luota said to Yu Lian with an excited expression again, as if he, a legendary rank 8 immortal, hadn't just been physically reprimanded by a girl who was only at rank 2. I would imagine my talent for the wood path because of my previous world, but isn't the poison path the path of assassins and demonic GU masters? Yu Lian asked with complicated emotions while looking at the crystal ball. In the crystal ball was the image of a vast, endless forest that spanned the entire world without end. Unlike normal forests, it was made up of trees with purple leaves and a large amount of poisonous and harmful plants growing on the ground. Your talent has something to do with your fate in this world. Besides, just because a certain path is used mostly by assassins doesn't mean it has a demonic nature. Kekakik, Kuang Luota said as a bright white light appeared again in front of him while he searched for inheritances related to these paths. Well, fortunately for you, I have a rank 8 inheritance for one these paths, but it's a poison path one. Unfortunately for you, also I got it from an immortal from the eastern seas thousands of years ago, Kekakik. Yu Lian, hearing this, felt a bit disappointed for not having a rank 8 inheritance in wood, but she quickly dismissed these feelings, remembering how lucky she was to obtain an inheritance from an immortal. Well, then, everything is settled for now, Kuang Luota said, striking his staff on the ground, causing 4 distinct colors of light, blue, red, purple, and white, to shoot towards Wang Mei, Chen Wei, Yu Lian, and Feng Hua respectively, entering their minds. This is an information path method, Chen Wei started to say in surprise, seeing the red light entering his mind, but before he could finish his words, he fell unconscious for a moment, then woke up again as if not a second had passed. I have so much new information about the blood path, is this the inheritance? Chen Wei asked Kuang Luota after approaching Wang Mei and confirming that she and the baby were both healthy, just like him. Well, yes, but only the mortal part of the inheritance, as I will have to perform a much more complicated and time-consuming killer move to transfer the immortal part in a way that doesn't overload your little mortal minds, Kekakik, Kuang Luota said, hopping to his luxurious armchair in the middle of the study and experiment hall. Well, we have time, so it's all right, but not too much time, so don't be lazy in learning, Kekakik, Kuang Luota said, striking his staff on the ground, causing a large door to appear on the wall as if an illusion was being lifted. Well, prepared for this, I have arranged a very luxurious room for you all, really something to be envied, Kekakik, the bed is enough for 4 people to sleep comfort. Kuang Luota stopped mid-sentence when he felt a strong chill down his spine, as if he were under the gaze of a deadly beast. But what he saw was just a short girl with an innocent appearance and a cynical smile staring at him. Well, if you all prefer, I can make separate rooms, Kuang Luota said, striking his staff on the ground, creating 2 more doors, one on each side of the first door. The immortal is truly wise and magnanimous, Wang Mei said, stopping her stare at the small toad, who was sweating coldly under her gaze. With an innocent smile on her face, she took Chen Wei's hand and walked with him to the middle door, while he still had a look of disbelief at the scene in front of him. Cut a large scarlet red blade with a terrifying killer aura dances through the air as it moves towards a towering mountain at a speed much faster than even a normal rank 3 GU master could follow with their eyes. In less than a brief moment, the blade swiftly covers hundreds of meters as if they were nothing, cutting through a forest of majestic trees and various ferocious animals along the way as if they were mere insignificant insects. But for those who witness the blood blade, the most impressive feat is yet to come when it finally reaches the imposing peak of the mountain, running for hundreds of meters. To the eyes of ordinary mortals, it's an existence second only to the sky itself, but now, facing the blood cut, it is sliced as if it were no different from butter. Ah, the power of a rank 5 GU is truly something terrifying. Chen Wei, with his hand outstretched after encountering the blood blade, continues to advance even after cutting through the mountain peak. Kekakiki, right. When I first reached rank 5, I thought it presented the greatest difference among cultivation ranks, and that I was invincible in the world. How foolish I was. Kekekekek. An ethereal and almost ghostly image of Kuang Luotual speaks, floating in the air on a chair that also carries an ethereal aura. Can you tell me how the rank 5 version of Blood Cut compares to other rank 5 attack type GU? Chen Wei asks as he looks at the blood blade curving upwards until it collides with the cave ceiling that is made of dark red rocks. Well, in terms of attack, I would say it's at the top of rank 5, but that's to be expected from its blood path, but in speed and primeval essence consumption, I would say it's average. Kuang Luotual speaks simple words while stroking his own beard. But despite these seemingly simple and uninformative words, they are actually conveying huge amounts of information directly to Chen Wei's mind. Now, he knows every tiny detail about the attack he just made, to a level that not even the most skilled mortal GU master who works with GU testing and refinement could dream of. The abilities of an immortal are truly incredible. In just this half-month, I've advanced more than I have in my entire life. Chen Wei speaks as an enormous flow of information about the blood cut he unleashed pours into his head, from the largest to the smallest details with the utmost precision. And it doesn't stop there. With this information in his mind, Chen Wei uses his own attainment in Blood Path, as well as the mortal inheritance of Blood Path he received from Kuang Luotu, to not only create new Blood Path GU but also to improve the recipes of old GU and enhance the effects of his old GU worms. This kind of help is one of the reasons why those great immortal sects and super clans have unquestionably ruled the world for ages. Kuang Luotual speaks with a certain bitterness in his voice as he looks at the destruction caused by Chen Wei's attack, which may seem extremely impressive to the eyes of a mortal GU master but is not much to him. Well, if you're impressed by this, know that when the main body completes the killer move to transfer immortal inheritance knowledge, your advancement, as well as that of your wives, will be even greater and faster. Kuang Luotual speaks as he continues to float, for despite the help he gives to Chen Wei being something extraordinary for a mortal world, it's only a fraction of what his main body can do. How is Mayer's and the other two's advancement going? Chen Wei asks curiously, not only about Wang Mei but also about Yu Lian and Feng Hua, whom he has begun to give great importance to after discovering that they are both fated to be his wives. They are advancing at impressive speeds as well while following my recommendations to cultivate their paths of greatest talents. According to my estimates, they will all have at least quasi-master attainment by the end of my tutelage. Kekekek. Again, despite his words seeming simple, they conveyed great information to Chen Wei, to the point that he even ended up having information about their feeding routine in his head, which was not one of his desires but still contains valuable information to approach Yu Lian and Feng Hua in the future. I could guess that I myself might reach master attainment in Blood Path. This is not only a conclusion from Chen Wei's speculation but a realization because of the great speed at which his attainment is rising now that he not only has infinite experimental resources but also the direct help of a rank 8 immortal. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that, according to Kuang Luotu, this tutelage would last only 6 months, the last 3 of which would focus on refining the immortal GU, Chen Wei could confidently declare himself capable of reaching Grandmaster attainment in Blood Path. Well, don't feel too proud of it because if that curious girl had a foundation before coming here, she could do the same. Kekekek. Chen Wei hears the toad speaking of whom he believes to be Yu Lian, who according to Kuang Luotu is the most talented after Chen Wei, being a level above the other two when it comes to talent in her main path, which is Poison Path. Yes, but it's necessary for her future development that she experiences some cultivation difficulties right now in the beginning, right? Chen Wei speaks as he thinks about how Yu Lian was sent by Kuang Luotu to cultivate by herself up to rank 2, only giving her tips and 100 primeval stones per week. This may seem unfair to Yu Lian, but it's actually necessary treatment for her to acquire rich cultivation experience in a realm where her mistakes are easy to correct and without many consequences. Besides, Chen Wei is sure that with the help of a 90% a grade and 100 primeval stones every week, along with her innate talent and hard work, she won't take long to reach rank 2 since she already reached rank 1 middle stage a few days ago. Talent is truly irrelevant for immortals. Chen Wei mutters as he remembers how at her awakening, Yu Lian awakened with a D-grade talent of 37%, which according to Kuang Luotu was because she awakened prematurely. But Chen Wei doesn't believe that just a few months will make such a difference, so he believes this is just the standard suppression that otherworldly demons receive, which Kuang Luo never mentioned even though Chen Wei is sure he must know about it. Aside from Chen Wei's suspicions, after a little melancholy because of her poor talent, Yu Lian is quickly left wordless when Kuang Luo increased her talent to a 90% a grade with a wave of his hand. In fact, he did this for all the girls, who now all have 90% of their primeval C full, which according to Kuang Luo is the maximum that it's possible to increase someone's talent. This is a fact that Chen Wei is sure is a lie, not only because of information from the novel but also because of his own primeval C, which now occupies a level of 99% full through Kuang Luo's actions. Kekakik, it's clear that this is necessary for her development because if you want to know the number one reason why many children of immortals never become as successful as their parents, it's because of the excessive protection and help they receive. Kuang Luo will speak as if declaring one of his strongest convictions. Besides, Chen Wei can even sense a strong disdain in his voice when mentioning these children of immortals. All right. Chen Wei simply responds while nodding. Shortly after, Chen Wei activates the rank 5 Blood Emperor armor while looking at a horde of furious animals charging towards him, likely enraged after having their homes destroyed by Chen Wei's attacks, as that last blood cut wasn't the only one. Don't forget to gather all the battle information, Chen Wei says, drawing the rank 5 Emperor Blood Sword Gu, a blood sword appearing in his hand, carrying a strong killing aura, now Chen Wei's main attack Gu after discovering his talent in the sword path. Without worrying about Kuang Luo's safety, Chen Wei advances like a maniac towards the horde of animals charging furiously at him, as he has been doing in this last half-month, both to train his combat abilities and to test the effectiveness of his new Gus. Kekakik, the youth of today truly have a resolute spirit. Kuang Luo observes as Chen Wei cuts through the horde of animals, causing carnage as if he were a bloody demon whose only thought is to kill. The effect of the infinite primeval essence is truly incredible. Chen Wei murmurs atop a pile of mutilated animal corpses he killed in these few moments as if they were mere insects. And one of the main reasons he has to thank for such efficiency and killing capability is the fact that Kuang Luo dissolved a drop of rank 8 immortal essence in the air, now allowing him to use the infinite primeval essence that originated from it. Kekakiki, that's a feeling all newly awakened immortals have. Kuang Luo says as he transmits a great deal of information to Chen Wei's mind. Kekakik, I would like to add that this rank 5 GU you call Death Bleeding GU is a masterpiece. Kekakik, Kuang Luo speaks with great admiration, as he himself is a great enthusiast of the blood path and sees that this GU has incredible potential in immortal cultivation realms. Alright, but I still have much to improve both this GU and my battle ability. Chen Wei says as he receives endless information in his mind, which instead of making him proud to be able to kill a horde of 100,000 beast kings, only makes him feel inadequate and with much to improve. Kekakik, if anyone else heard such a genius still feeling inadequate, they would call me a lousy master. Kekakik, Kuang Luo says as he watches Chen Wei collecting the blood path materials from the animals he killed not out of necessity, of course, but to gain experience since he doesn't let even the slightest opportunity for learning slip away. Of course, I am inadequate without your help, I wouldn't even be able to use my rank 5 Gus. Chen Wei comments calmly while methodically collecting and organizing the different types of blood staining the environment red. With my rank 3 peak stage primeval essence, any average rank 5 GU master could kill me with a wave of their hand, let alone an immortal, so what is there for me to be proud of? Chen Wei speaks with conviction to Kuang Luo. This is one of the things Chen Wei repeats to himself the most because even after using 3 white silver relic Gus given to him by Kuang Luo, which instantly brought Chen Wei to what would be the peak of life dreamed by the vast majority of GU masters in the world, in Chen Wei's eyes, this isn't an achievement worth celebrating. Kekakik, that's a good spirit to follow on your cultivation journey, and believe this foolish toad when he says so. Kuang Luo speaks with a deep look as if reminiscing about the past. Well, leaving that aside, is it already night? I can never tell in this place, Chen Wei says as he looks up at the ceiling of this vast cavern, kilometers upon kilometers in size, enough to have forests, large lagoons, tall mountains, and a fully functional ecosystem inside, even without sunlight, as the cave is illuminated by an ethereal white light that never goes out. In fact, shortly after their first day here, Chen Wei repeatedly asked where they were, but Kuang Luota would only respond that they were in the GU world as if it were the most obvious thing in the world, even to a child. It's starting to arrive at night. Kuang Luota will taps his staff in the air, and a hole leading to the hall where he and Chen Wei first met opens in the ground right in front of them. Ah, well then, now it's time for soul cultivation. Chen Wei declares with conviction as he descends the circular staircase that appeared on the ground, followed by the immortal Toadwill, who floats above his shoulder. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.